generation destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
And how we doing, everybody, on this pretty frigid Saturday? So let me mute that. Okay, cool. Don't need that reverb. Nice. Got the Techno Axe royalty-free music playing in the background for anybody that was cares and want to check that out. Feel free to do so. Lots of really cool stuff, I guess, to showcase here. Updated to the Texas Motor Speedway track build. Yeah, so just getting some things loaded up here, making sure everything is running pretty cool. Just hope everybody's staying warm out there. I know in some places we got some pretty nasty weather. Catching some of the highlights, I guess, as far as some of the nasty weather that we've had. Kentucky, I guess, had a pretty nasty tornado go through there, maybe once or two. Yeah. Not good stuff. But, yeah, we're all right here. We're all good. It's a little windy. It's pretty brisk out there, and otherwise pretty cold. And, no, we're about the middle part of December, so that's pretty fair. Alright, so we got the track loaded up here, as you can see. And lots of new stuff, as I said. So I'm just going to kind of skim over just a bit here, because as far as kind of show some of the things. One of the latest things since last time is we've got some updates to one of the sets of the medallions. They do have now more badging onto those, as well as the foam. So the foam here. Let's check this out this way. So if we go like this, so we got these things here. So I've shown this in the on the stream, I think maybe last stream, I don't remember. But the way the texture for the foam here has been accommodated to potentially put the mapping of this advertising stiffs, I guess, on the foam. So we're gonna take a look at that just to kind of see how those have been updated from when it was. Your power went out 1:15 p.m. today and came back on about. That's, yeah, we haven't had a power go out, thank goodness. But it's been pretty dang windy, that's for darn sure. We've made, most of us around where I'm at, as far as they've made darn sure anything that was out there loose that could potentially be a death trap, you know, as far as a projectile, has been put away. To include a lot of Christmas decorations like out in the yard. Lights and things like that. You know, some people like to put metal bits, I guess, out there, I guess, as far as, yeah, it can be pretty dangerous. So, I think we kind of took heed, I guess, as far as to the fact that it was going to get super windy. And I think we're better for that. Alright, so that's about the only thing initially here I can, on top of just way more livery into the infield here. We do have some updates to haulers. These are more current, I guess, than we had the showcase last week. I guess as far as they were just more or less placeholders, but yeah, lots more livery in the infield than we had last time. You got some campers, I guess, out here. Not only in the infield, but also on the backstretch. Gives more population and just kind of an immersion factor. I think it's good. The detail is, I guess, so far to this one here. So we got vehicles here on the roadway here by the hotel, as far as the Lone Star Hotel. Gives it a little bit more dizziness, if you will. So we do have some updates to the inner walls here. I did notice this, and I don't know if you did just prior to start of stream here. When I loaded the track up here, just kind of did a preliminary flyover, I guess, of this prior to now. But I noticed there's some dark spots. There's some streaking texture, so I'm assuming that's probably a texture issue on these new bits, I guess, for the interior walls. That might be something to take a look at. But these are relatively all fresh. These are all updated. We'll be going over entirely, I guess, as far as what. Yeah, there's another spot here, for example. So yeah, that's maybe a little bit of oversight, I guess, as far as, but we can take a look at the original pieces in comparison to what we got here updated. So right, and you know, that's what I figured. These types of things can be fixed pretty easily, but they're kind of strewn about here, all these new bits here. So as we've showed before, I guess, as far as all these interior walls are completely 3D modeled, and the fact that they've been updated to accommodate. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more, Torch, I guess, as far as what has been redone here. But yeah, several different areas around these new inner walls, the safer walls, have this shrieking effect, I guess, to that. So I'm assuming it's probably more to do with the UV texture mapping. So there's another bit there. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure what was needed to be done, I guess, on these interior walls. I know I had mentioned, I guess, a couple things that needed some attention, but just to care to elaborate. Anywho, so there's that. So I don't know beyond. I'm going to look through the update folders that we've gotten from Torch just to kind of get a clearer picture as far as what we got here, but I'm just doing some initial, flyovers, as far as to see. A lot more livery in there. So we got ambulances as far as the safety vehicles in the infield. Some of these objects, I noticed they're kind of buried in the infield, in the infield piece there. So still might need some adjustment to that. We had that sector set to 2. I did realize too that you gave me another new texture for that soft wall inner. So I know we were discussing, I guess, prior to stream. And you sent me another new one, so I'm going to take a look at that. That could be. I'm going to take a look at this and see. So I think that one was in part 1. I remember right. We got several parts here. So we got some replaced parts. So this is the original texture, for example, before any edits to it, just to kind of give some comparison. This is the texture that's being used for that piece I was just talking about. Yeah, so probably on that one you don't need it to repeat horizontal because of the way it's mapped. You probably want to do a map of 3. So you probably had it in the brain, I guess, as far as when you're applying the logos to the outside walls, that's a geometric wall as opposed to a 3D modeled wall. That the geometric wall is going to have that map of 2, right? So that's the differentiation you have to make between a geometric wall and modeled wall as far as how it's mapped. So it's not going to be the same. So we're going to take a look. So the original texture, yeah, I was looking at some other things there too, yes. Got to point to that. Where's Torch's folder? Torch's folder here. And part 1 of basically a 3-part deal. Yeah, part 1, 2, and then I just got some just prior to start a stream last minute, and that's got that new soft wall error, and we're going to take a look at that in just a second. First thing I want to do on a load up is the original texture prior to doing anything. And that's what I put in my own folder here. I kind of segregated some of this stuff out. So here's the original texture for any updates to it, prior to what we're looking at now. And it has the map of 3 because of the way it's mapped, and it is a 3D model piece as opposed to the geometric, as I was saying. Now if you look at the new texture, the one I just got, not maybe 2 minutes ago, prior to start a stream, let's see here. I need to go to that folder and we'll check that out, and I'm willing to bet it could very well be, if that's set to a map of 2, it needs to be switched to a map of 3. So I need this folder. Here's the new one that's fresh right off the press, and it is a map of 3, so that's not the issue. So there's something else going on with that model, but you can see all right away as far as all the changes that have been applied to this texture. It's this one texture alone. Many new bits to utilize more real estate out of this deal. I notice there's a stripe in here. I'm not sure 100% where that's used, but yeah, so we had some magenta in here, I guess, previously. Don't have that anymore. Not that it had an alpha channel, right? It doesn't have any transparency, just had this magenta. Don't have that anymore. I think we already kind of showed this last week. I can't remember as far as the additional medallion. That's there's one for the outside walls, one for the inside walls. I think if that's correct, right, Torch? So the way these medallions are used for different areas. So there's the medallions that are into the geometric wall, and then there's the ones in the interior wall. Use different areas of that. Oh, the stripes pit entrance thing. Oh, let's take a look at that real quick then. I gotcha. So that's a visual on the wall for the drivers coming into pit entrance. Let me take a look at that. So all these have been replaced. All the way over to pit entrance here, going through turns 3 and 4. And we have a line right there. There's where that line is. So we got all this texture skewing here. So it obviously doesn't have anything to do with the mapping of the texture. It's at the proper mapping, but so there's probably something else in the UV map for that. It's kind of all throughout the thing in different areas, kind of splotchy in different spots. We're gonna have to double check that. But here's that line for pin entrance here, so it gives you more visual as opposed to what's on the ground. You got something else on the wall for that. So that's what that line uses. So there's that little section there. Pretty nice. Now, I think Torch, you had mentioned to me that this right here is not used just yet as far as the ZMAX. If I remember some of the comments you were making prior to the start stream. Well, I guess it isn't here. My bad. I lied. So this is... So I think prior to getting this hot off the press version, I guess, of these interior walls, we do have that on here. Right here. So the Z-Max, so this is the area of that texture. More than likely that's used for that. Very good utilization, I guess, of just one texture. Just to kind of spread that out, so you have, you know, just maximizing the use, I guess, of the size of that texture, as opposed to just having one or two items on there. Got several different items on there. Yeah, so even just those little bits there are definitely adding a much more visualization, I guess, as far as just, you know, more cues, I guess, as far as where you're at, as far as like coming down the pits. So you have deal on the ground, you have this on the wall. If you're looking, depending on where you're looking, you know, if you've got other cars coming in at the same time as you are, you've got different visual cues to be like, okay, I know where I'm at. There's an ambulance here, there's Z-Max on the wall, I'm in between this red apron thing, you know, it's like, so it gives you some sense of placement, or like where you're at, you know, so it's lack of vertigo, if you will. Pretty cool. I definitely, you know, putting a lot of these things in here is not so much for aesthetic value, but also for visual cues. Different drivers, depending on their driving style, will tend to use different cues around the track to kind of give them a sense of where the hell they are, where they're at. So they got the restart zone, you got all the bits that are on the wall as well as on the ground, and I think we discussed this before, but I'm not sure if they still do that as far as to put the cones and fence. They used to do that. I don't know if they still do that, but many different visual cues like that to kind of give the driver a sense of where they are, regardless of, you know, especially when you're in the thick of racing against another vehicle, you know, another opponent. One thing I did notice here, what I think is a really cool aspect here, is these trees. So it adds a little bit of dynamic, I guess, to the infield. Kind of spices up the lack of quality, I guess you can say that. I mean, not that the image for the infield is bad. It could use a little work, and there's different other areas that have been improved upon, I guess, to kind of, like the Victory Lane, for example. That's been kind of clarified, I guess, a little bit better to make it a little bit clearer, I guess, as far as than just using the infield image itself. But I think these trees, especially when you're on ground level like this, and you see these little trees popped up there, it definitely adds a little bit of pop, I guess, to the infield. Besides all the haulers and the buildings now, and these are pretty detailed garages here too. They do have an interior and exterior, for example. They would otherwise be accessible. You just set the texture map to 2 on that funky skew. Wait, hold on. I just set the map on 2 and that funky skew in a way. Then something's wrong with the way you UV mapped it then. It should be on a 3. That needs to be on a 3. I don't know which way you mapped it. I guess as far as, I'd have to see how, you know, what the actual model looks like that way. But generally, those types of deals there would need to be a 3. So I know it has been a 3 up until now. Let's put it that way, because I've got older models, I guess, as far as I can go back. Well, I just showed it actually. This original piece here, before anything was done to it, it was on a map of 3, and it didn't have that issue. So, and I know you put this one on 3. So, again, it's probably more in the way that I guess you mapped it. I'm not 100% sure. If you did a flattened map as opposed to a normal map, or just a smart map, smart UV, I'm not sure. But generally, those deals there should be in a map of 3, because you want to utilize. Now, it could be if you've got. Okay, I think I might understand what's going on, possibly. So, if you're trying to basically repeat this texture on the horizontal, right? Because of the way the model is designed, you're trying to stretch that image, I guess, across a longer span. So you would need this texture to repeat, I guess, from, you know, on a horizontal, I guess, as far as left or right. So picture, if you will, this image, you know, kind of duplicated all the way down the line on a horizontal. So yeah, let's just take a look at this real quick. So if you, the model itself, here, let me pan over this. So it's going to be bigger than the actual texture that you have. So in other words, you're going to end up having to make that texture stretch across a longer span on your model. So that could be necessarily why you would need to have it on a map of 2. That would make sense. That would definitely make sense. And we can actually test this, you know, to ensure that. So just like Torch had mentioned, more than likely what's happening here with these different areas that have this texture scrunch where it's kind of miscued, with it being on a map of 3, as it gets to the end of where that UV map is, you know, in the area of where the model is, you know, as far as like, let's just consider, for example, the model is, you know, so long, you know, as far as the actual model piece, the physical piece. If that texture ends on a, you know, with using a map of 3, if it ends right at that spot, it doesn't know where to repeat that, right? So it just puts that little blotch in there. And that makes sense, and that's a common thing. That's something you can take into consideration as to how you need that texture basically to flow throughout the entire piece. So this is definitely, it's definitely evident on pieces that are going to be otherwise bigger than what you have texture-wise. So instead of making the texture, you know, wide enough, I guess, to accommodate the size of the actual model, you can repeat that texture as long as it's, you know, it's in succession as far as to, you know, make the pattern seamless, if you will. All right. So yeah, that would make sense. That would totally make sense. And the fact that this texture being applied to these model pieces aren't, you know, baked. They don't have ambient occlusion or anything on it. You can get away with not, you know, with allowing polys for these different pieces in the interior walls, I guess, to overlap on that one texture. So let's take a look. Yeah, as far as that pattern of something, let's go ahead and change this new texture here to a map of 2, right? And we'll go ahead and save that. Now I think I got this opened in, yeah, this is in the update folder, the one I just got. So I'm going to switch this over while I got this in here. So we'll do this to a 2 and we'll resave it. And this will be in the update folder. Oh, cool. I don't have it in the track edit folder yet, so I'll need to reload that. Save that. I want to overwrite it, yes. So all we did was change it to a map of 2. And again, map of 2 means the way this texture is oriented in the horizontal, it'll allow whatever you're applying it to on a model sense, you know, from the model sense, it'll allow this texture to repeat horizontally. So to the left and the right, the same image, you know. So this picture, if you will, it's just like a duplicate all the way along the line on a horizontal. And that allows these seams, like Torch was mentioning, as far as to match up to different areas of the model seamlessly. So it's like it's just a continuing texture. And not get those little blotches there that we're currently seeing. So let's go ahead and reload the track with this new texture saved. Actually, I need to get it copied over to the track edit folder. Let's do that first. So we need to take this one. Here's the one we just saved. Move that over to our track edit folder. It's right here. I'll need to overwrite that. Yes, please. And then we'll reload the track. Get out of this and just reload it. So for anything that's 3D modeled, you know, as far as textures go, 3D model pieces, you have to close the track. Make sure you make any change that you make sure you save it first. Obviously, we didn't make any changes. The only thing we've done is just open it up and try to you know, fly around and see what's going on. So we haven't made any changes to that. So all we need to do is just close the track and reopen it. That's the only way we can get the new textures to load onto 3D models. Now, as far as geometric pieces, we have the option of being able to reload textures based on the W section properties, or not either the F or W section properties. So that window. So yeah, we're in geometric view. So for example, if you wanted to reload the textures, I guess as far as on geometric pieces, you would just have to highlight any given piece. We don't have any reason to do it, but you can reload MIPS in here. So if you're adjusting textures to walls, fences, track texture, or anything like that, that's one way you can do that without having to close out the track, right? That's the only difference between refreshing the textures, 3D model pieces and geometric pieces. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload this. No, I don't want to save it, and reload it now that we've got that texture where it needs to be, and that should be this PTF right now. I noticed the naming of the PTFs are becoming a little bit more simplified as we move along here, and it's just like, bottom line is you just have to make sure the PTF is named exactly as your track folder name, so that when you try to go to test it in the sim, it'll actually load. So that's the only critical piece. Alright, so now we got the track reloaded here. Now we can take a look around the track. So we did notice previously we did have some splotchiness right over in this area, which we don't have it anymore. Hold on, so we'll go all the way through this here and we'll double check. Let's double check. Now the fact that it was on a map of 3 previously, just as I showed, it might have not been correct in that regard. So I guess we, that's one thing to take in consideration. The way the walls were done there with very little bit of detail, I guess, as far as it's got now currently. So you could probably get away with the map of 3. The fact that at this point won't be able to as much. So the fact that you have that adjustability based on how you're adding more items, I guess, to an initially developed model piece, you have that versatility, I guess, as far as in the texture, which is kind of nice. And what's really interesting is, as I mentioned, as far as all these different aspects of just one texture to accommodate, I guess, several different pieces, several different model pieces. That's just pretty optimal use, I guess, of one texture instead of creating several different textures or one big texture that's over. That's not as optimized. If that makes sense. After about 500 PTFs, you do that exactly. Nope, kind of becomes second nature, I suppose. All right, did my playlist stop? Don't be stopping on me. Don't be stopping on me. Let me. Okay, cool. Yeah, just we're listening to some Techno Axe, free, royalty free on YouTube channel. And feel free to check that out. Just as far as I do find myself, I guess, as far as using that quite a bit, even off stream. I guess as far as just to have some. Yeah, so just in case if I am streaming anywhere, someone tends to take a clip. It's just you don't have to worry about DMCA. It's kind of nice. So very much appreciated, I guess, as far as Techno Axe's efforts, I guess, as far as to create something royalty free that we don't have to worry about DMCA. Right? Look on the medallions in turn 3. We're gonna get into that. I'm just looking all the way through this just to make sure all those little splotches that we had previously in the inner walls here, they're no longer there. I did notice this star is really close to the end there, but that's following the same spacing, all the way through. That thing is really close to the end, but I don't know if that is that way in actuality. It's not cut off, but I mean it's something I noticed. But yeah, we don't have any more of those blotches. We'll get to the medallions there in just a moment. But yeah, we don't have it anymore. No more blotches. Despite changing that mapping of 3 to 2. These medallions really came out really good on this. Both on the interior and outside walls, I noticed. As I've mentioned before, plenty of times, it's very difficult to be able to match up a 3D model piece into a geometric. Especially with the coloring and the shading, to get it to look like what it belongs in there. It's very tough to do that. So this is turn 2. What's going on in turn 3? Let's go check out it. First was mentioning turn 3. The medallions over there. Let's take a look at those. Oh, look at this. So these are new. Cool. So we got different pieces of the foam. Different areas here have the advertising for the O'Reilly. That's updated. That's new. Got the medallions here. Pretty cool. Let's go into turn 3, as Torch was mentioning. So something I am considering, I guess, to continue work on during stream here is to put the track edition lights. I started that process and I only put the one in there, just to kind of show I created that little jig. So in the same orientation, I guess, as the final model, for example. And I think, is it just me, or are these fences, did this orientation of these fences change? Seems like they did change. Because weren't they leaning in once before? So now they're just standing straight up. Or is it just trip? Oh, mine is tripping. Yeah, so I notice in here they just stand straight up here even in the turn, so they don't bend in. Is that by design? I never noticed that just till now. Anyway, turn 3. We got the medallions over here in turn 3. What's going on with these? Okay, so we got the same thing as we got on the front stretch there. We got the O'Reilly on that medallion, and then you got it on the foam. Now, this reminds me, I guess, as far as from the 2015 build that we did have some pieces in here. It had the SMI skull, going back that far, just as far as they had bits of foam, I guess, in turn 3 here. And we did set up a camera as a speed shot type of thing coming out of 3, and you would catch those. Now, notice the gap, I guess, as far as that we have in here. More than likely, we don't have that in the sim, in the game itself, because of the way the walls tend to quote-unquote breathe. The way things get rendered in there, probably don't have these gaps. If we wanted to set up a camera, I guess in this position, which we could do, that's something we could probably go over, to actually take use, I guess, of these newly placed pieces of foam with the advertisement on it. That's kind of why they do that, you know, as far as at the actual track, because you know, advertising. So you could put a camera shot there. You have the cars coming by here. You actually catch a little bit of advertising on the phone. They have a camera on the back stretch where the O'Reilly logos are. Right. So pretty much any of these areas where we have that advertisement, I guess, on the foam would be a camera. So if we wanted to put cameras in those spots, you know, to take use, I guess, as far as not only the way they are in reality, but also what we got in here virtually, I guess, as far as on the track, yeah. It's definitely set for vertical. I don't know if that's something that you meant to do, but I seem to recall, I guess, as far as previously they used to be leaning in the same as the walls. But yeah, it does kind of throw it off. These fences here are usually attached to the wall, and they tend to run, you know, be perpendicular, I guess, as far as with the track, and not so much vertical. So that might be just a small little update, I guess, to make there. And I don't know if you did like a copy forward on it, and it copied those properties, I guess, all the way through. I don't know, but I do remember this is what kind of threw me a curve here, as far as like these fences don't seem to be oriented properly. So slide over, it's very easy fix, not too hard to fix. I do remember going over that. What was it, a couple streams ago, I guess, as far as when I did the opening around the start finish, the start finish line, the start box, starter stand, and I don't remember that being like that. Unless it was something I did wrong, where if it was set up on vertical in this part, and when I copied it around, we'll have to look at that. That could be something I did too. Now that I think of it that way. If one section was set up as vertical, and I copied forward, as I did a couple streams ago, that might have what set that off. I'm gonna take a look at that. So regardless of what area of the track that it is there, you probably want to have it the same orientation all the way throughout, even though it'll otherwise pretty much stand up, because it's going to run perpendicular. When you set it perpendicular, it's going to go perpendicular to the track. So whatever banking happens to be in these different areas of the track, that's how much that wall or that fence is going to lean. So see, the medallion by pit entrant also has badging, and the one in turn 2. Okay, cool. So we got all these different sets of medallions that have new badging. So the one at pit road, is it on entrance or exit? Let's check. So these don't. Okay, let's checking these all out. Okay, those look pretty decent there. Let's go check out pit exit. Something else I've got on kind of the bucket list to do here is potentially redo these flags so they aren't backwards on the one side. That still bugs me, the fact that they're yeah, it's kind of a side project probably, but they work fine if you've got the flag, if you've got at least that 2 mile an hour on the wind, as far as, you know, the settings there. But if you don't run that, if you don't set that way, when they sit static like that, that's the way they look, and it looks kind of goofy. But so on which one on pit? Oh, on the outside wall. So was that over here? Whoop, yeah, right here. Okay, cool. So they got O'Reilly's on both the medallion again. So we got on the piece of foam. Pretty cool. Nice. So yeah, these are all things that I just got like no more than probably 2 minutes before I start the stream there. And yeah, we had that little bit of a flaw, I guess, on the texture for the soft wall inner, and we adjusted that pretty quickly, and pretty simple. Yeah, so we definitely have got, I think at this point, a means that gets to be able to put custom camera angles. It's like if we want to put a camera right at this point, yep, right at this point, we'll be able to catch that advertisement onto the foam as well as the medallions. Pretty cool. In all these different areas now. So we got anything over here? Yep, so we got a section here. Nice. I like how they did that right behind the actual O'Reilly that's on. Oh, did this get messed up? Just notice this. So this is kind of cut off here. That might be an oversight. No, I remember going back a couple streams, there was a need, I guess, to create that texture to be wider because we ran out of segments, text segments, I guess, as far as for the wall. So I don't know if that was an oversight here. So it might have worked out over on the turn 3-4 side, but not over here. Yeah, so I can see it's getting cut off right there. Yep, so it gets cut off here and over here, so you can definitely tell those texture segs start and end. So it might need a little bit of adjustment on that one there. Yeah, but I thought it was pretty cool how they probably apply these the foam with the O'Reilly right behind the badging on the wall. That's kind of cool. Yep. So if we were to put a camera here, for example, I'm gonna look at these fences here in a bit because yeah, those are not oriented correct. So we put a if we were to put a camera right here. You gotta get a sense of what that would look like. Something like that. Oh, maybe too far off. Yeah, so something like that. Catch that advertising on the phone. Pretty cool. What about turn 2? You thought it was cool? Which piece? I know I was talking a bunch about it and stuff. Yeah, as far as having that, yeah, as far as the advertisement on the foam as well as the wall, that's pretty good use of real estate. Much the same as I've mentioned, it gets as far as how you use as much of the texture size as you got there. It gets as far as to use. I mean, you don't have to use it, but if you need to use it, to kind of use that one texture instead of creating another texture of the same size or bigger, just use what you've got. Just use what you've got there. I mean, I would have the one, whatever you had previously, I suppose. I mean, we can look at it. But that's what I'm seeing is as far as cutoff. I do remember, like you said, you had to make it a 4096, but this is on the turn 1-2 side. I don't know if it's like that on the 3-4 side. Yeah, it's even over here, too. All the way through 1s and 2, I noticed in that. Yep, so you got O'Reilly foam here. Same deal. Let's go check on the 3-4 side, see if it's just cutting off there, see if there is an issue with the texture itself. All I do remember is you did have to change it to a 4096, and I was just considering the fact that you probably, yeah, so it's split up this way too. Yep, it's cut off here too. So there might be something with the texture if it's not it's definitely doing it on this end too. Yep. Right there and there. So it's kind of pretty consistent all the way on both ends as far as where it's cutting out. Let's take a look at the texture real quick. So that should be, let's close these two. Since we got a chance to look at those, we updated that pretty swiftly. I don't know. Then if I don't have what you have, then you didn't give it to me. That's what it boiled down to. So I didn't change nothing. Okay, let's see. I just remember that you did have to change it to a 4096 in order to accommodate turns 3 and 4 because it's such a big segment, and you ran out of tech segs. Yeah, let's go this way. So that'll be a geometric. So that's in the track map. It'll be in the track map. Let's go here, here, and that should be, I'm assuming probably Southwall O'Reilly. Let's see. Probably staring right at it too. No limits. What is it? Cloud. Oh, one of the media ones? Gotcha. So it's one of those generic ones. So, yeah, and that's something that I mentioned. Yeah, so it'd be media. Yep, you got all these media ones. So the fact that they've been made generic in that sense. So if that sponsor always ever changes down the road, or the texture name in order to be generalized. So it'll be, let's check out the media ones. It must be this one right here. This one's looking like a 4096 to me. But I'm noticing it cut off here. And I think that's what's, and it is the map of 2. So the fact that it's cut off here, that's what I'm noticing, I guess, on the actual wall. That's definitely a 4096. I can already tell by looking at it. Because the fact that it doesn't fit, if it was 2048, it would fit in the window here. It just barely fits. That's definitely a 4096, like you were saying you were going to need to do. So, it's seeming to me that I've got the right one, but it's definitely cutting off some bits here. So, that's the one that's in my sandbox. That's the one I just opened. They're right in the TrackMan folder. That's where I opened that from. So, stands to reason it should be the right one. So, unless I got different PTF, I don't know. But it's definitely what I'm noticing is as far as it does cut off, this is what I see in the texture, much the same way. Yep. So this is where the texture would start, and there's where it ends. I'm seeing that same thing as far as right in the texture itself. I mean, that could be easily fixed by just adjusting the texture skew, I guess, as far as on the wall. But if it's not showing on your end, I don't know what the deal is there. I'm just showing you what I see based on that texture that's in here. So we don't have any additional. Oh, where did I see that one? So turn 3 right here. So we got this one here. Already saw that. It's coming right back to what where we finished off. So over here in turn 4, don't have as much there. Okay, I want to check. Yeah, so all this gap that we see between the foam and the geometric, for example, more than likely is for good reason. Probably don't see that in the sim. So, whoa, what's going on here with the, that must be for the grandstand. I'll have to look at that. So I'm noticing the plane here for the grandstand is actually poking through the geometric wall. Yeah, so right here. I don't know if that's evident in the sim itself, but that might need to get a little bit of adjustment. Yeah, so you got that little bit of crook, I guess, in that geometric wall here too. I mean, the walls aren't perfectly straight. That's the only reason why I mentioned that in the track in reality. It's going to have little crooks and bumps and whatever. It's not going to be like a complete, nice, smooth line there. It tends to bounce in and out. If you ever look at a lot of the camera angles, I guess, as far as, especially down like this area, like if you put a camera here, you'll definitely tell whatever kind of, it's nice and wavy. To kind of replicate that like it is in reality, that's a little bit tougher to do, but you kind of get the idea. So the fact that we got all this badging on here too, this could serve as a camera spot. Cars coming on a turn 4 and passing by. Might have to get into that as far as putting some custom camera shots, either in the TV1 or TV2, and see what we can come up with there. Yep, we got another spot right there. Or just, yeah, so there's another spot that I'm noticing the platform here for the grandstand's kind of poking through the geometric wall. Never noticed that before, but noticing it now. Just pointing these things out as far as for anything that might potentially need to be adjusted is all. I don't know, Torch. I don't know what to tell you. So it's either got a different PTF, maybe it sent me a wrong PTF, I don't know. But I'm just, again, just showing you what I'm seeing. So unless maybe you adjusted the texture and didn't give it to me. Does it have that same orientation where the one O'Reilly's cut off? Because if it don't, then I don't have the right one. Alright. I think that's pretty much, yeah, so what I want to do is kind of continue, kind of go over all the updates. Lots of updates. So I already showed the update to the soft wall inner as far as where it started from and where it is now. Styro block, that was the other thing I wanted to show. So this is the original styro block before any adjustments that we're just looking at were made. So let's open this up with Limit 2. This is what it looked like previously. So let's go navigate to that. So that's going to be an update 1, which is right here. And we know I'm going to replace. So this is the one that has been replaced, the original one, before anything was done to it. Right? So there was already a accommodation made, and I think we kind of showed that, I guess, as far as a couple streams ago. As far as to have that badging for that top piece of the foam, but it has the advertising. Obviously, it has a little bit different advertising than it does now, but that's what we're going to look at. So the new texture, let's look at that. So the new texture, which should be in here, here's the new texture for that. This is what that looks like. So that's where it has the O'Reilly that we've been looking at under there. Now the Auto Trader obviously isn't being used, but the fact that it has that in the texture, so it's got, again, just kind of utilizing, I guess, the adjustability in the texture. So if there is a need, I guess, to put pieces of foam that have the Auto Trader on here, you have room for that. So you've got the areas where there's no advertising on them, for these different pieces of foam, and you have areas on the texture that show advertisement on them. So again, it's better use of a texture of even this smaller of a size. That's very good use of that. And the fact that we got it on the map of 3, because we don't, the size of the foam is just a small piece, right? So there's no need to have to scale that on the horizontal as far as to repeat that texture. So we can keep it at a map of 3 because everything's just isolated, just what you see here. It's kind of WYSIWYG in that regard. So there's the comparison of those two from where it was prior to where it is now, and that's why that's how we are able to get the O'Reilly onto that top portion of the foam. One thing I guess I didn't point out, I didn't take a look. I'm gonna open that back up again. On the medallions, where it's got the O'Reilly going over on the outer edge of the medallions, I didn't really point that out as well as I probably should have. Let's take a look at that. So on the new medallions, that should be the soft wall inner. That's going to be on that other, my bad. This second, so we're going to navigate to this new folder. There's this one, and this is the new one. So let's take a look a little bit closer. So this part here, yep, I didn't really point that out here. So this is that outer edge of the medallion that has the O'Reilly on it. Didn't have that previously. it was more or less just blank, if not anything else. So again, so a lot of all these things were already accommodated to that. So the fact that as much adjustability that's been made to the texture, all you're able to do at this point, as far as to just enhance even more, as far as what other objects can you apply to this one texture. That's a pretty good use, I guess, of that. So be it the fact that this texture here is like a 512 by 5. I think this is a 1024. Yeah, this should be a 1024 by 1024. It's a pretty large picture, texture. So to be able to use that one texture for several different objects, it's always a good idea, if you can swing it. All right. Ooh, so I just wanted to point that out. So that's the two new items there. I think that's pretty much all I can think of, I guess, as far as between the medallions and all of the new foam with the advertisement on there, and all the new livery that has been added. We got the update on haulers. That's probably something else I can go over real quick. So these are supposedly more current, I guess, as far as to at least to 2020, maybe 2021. Yeah, so I did kind of compare. I don't know if I did save the previous versions of these, but they were definitely not current. Just put it that way. So these haulers here are more current, I guess, than they were. To include the NASCAR hauler. I know I did point that out last stream, I guess, as far as the fact that that texture was pretty chonky. So this has definitely been reduced, but you can see the result. You can see the result of that. That hauler gets as far as with the NASCAR Cup Series on it. With the fence corrected. Alright, so hopefully maybe that PTF will have the O'Reilly, I guess, not jacked up like that either. I'm going to take a look at this real quick, I guess, as far as the hauler. So for anybody that did tune in, I guess, as far as last week, you kind of recall this texture for this hauler was pretty chunky. It's like 1.33 megabytes, and the fact this new one, it's in part 2 here. So there's our updated haulers, right? So these are all the new hauler files. So this new texture, let's load that up. I'll get to that PTF here in just a second. Hey, Lady Death coming on in. I see you sneaking in. How we doing there, Lady Death? And she gets a jackpot right off the bat. Right off the bat. Lady, oh, and you played it this time. Nice. It's good to good to see you taking advantage of those sound alerts. You're 3 for 3, huh? Wait, you just got here. What do you mean 3 for 3? Oh, you're talking about. Okay, what did you get? Hold on. So you got 77 units on the shot. You got jackpot, and you risked. Wow, you're right. 3 for 3. All kinds of luck there. Holy mackerel. GG's. Yeah, that definitely deserves, I guess, the play of the winner chicken dinner. Let me open this up here real quick. That is on our updated haulers. So we're going to open up this truck NAS. So it's definitely way smaller than it was previously, I guess, as far as what the 1.33 megabytes. So as I've always mentioned, anything such as textures like this in multiplicity, if you make them a little bit too chunky, I guess as far as file size, that's going to put a lot more weight to the track. So overall, as far as especially in a race environment, as far as with all the other cars loaded and everything else loaded up. So definitely want to keep these to a minimum as much as possible. And you can see the result of what that looks like. Even have it, a much smaller version of itself than it was previously. So there's the flat of that hauler, and that size, and was much bigger, much bigger, I guess, as far as prior to what we're looking at here. And again, you can see what that result is right here. Very low poly model, I guess, as far as for hauler, but it gets the job done, I guess, as far as to depict it, I guess, as far as being a hauler. So we've got all the series, I think, represented in here now. We got the Cup Series, and they're all pretty consistent, you know, as far as texture size on those too. So you got the Gander Mountain Truck Series, and also Xfinity Series. All pretty current, I guess, as far as at this point. You know, so just as always, they usually have several different Cup Series haulers. You know, they have bending trailers and stuff like that, as well as the main office. You know, they call it. I guess now they used to call it the red trailer. And when you get called the red trailer, you know, back in the Winston Cup era, that was not a good thing. You don't want to get called the red trailer. So I don't know what they call it now, but it's never a good thing, I guess, when you get called to the NASCAR hauler. Usually you did something bad. But it's cool that it's in here. Very cool that it's in here. So yeah, we got all this. So this is going to be pretty cool. Now I did do some initial runs because there are some new LPs. And I'll kind of test these out just to kind of get a feel, I guess, as far as what else. My initial feeling, I guess, about them, they're a little bit slower. They don't check up much as we've seen, I guess, as far as the past few streams. But I think it still needs a little bit more tweaking on it. So I did do some initial runs, I guess, on the track with all this applied to it, and it seems pretty optimal. It's still saying starting from the back, and we'll see this, I guess, in a little bit. Starting from the back in a full field, it generally stays, you know, still above low 60s to high 60s, high 60 frame rate. And, you know, with everything that's going on here, as far as the detail of the mod itself that we're running with, as far as the cars, and everything else weight-wise, I guess, as far as the track, the geometry, all this library and stuff like that, it's still looking pretty good. And we'll be able to see this, how this looks here. That's what we like to do here on the stream here, to kind of show how everything is working, I guess, as far as what adding all this, more of this weight, this more content to it, if you will. Oh yeah, it's definitely got some attitude now. Yeah, I already pointed those out as far as the campers on the backstretch. Haulers, I mean, all those are updated now. They were previously just kind of like placeholder last week. Those have been updated. And just as I was kind of grazing over here, we see how much those have been updated, or how much they've been optimized, you know, size-wise. So they're relatively a 1024 by, I want to say 256, right? No, probably, yeah, 1024 by 512, yeah. So 512 high by 1024. I get pretty good, I guess, being able to just look at the texture without it. And it also says it right down here, just in case anybody didn't know. If you want to get an idea of how size your image and your WinMap 2 is, right here on the bottom left. 1024 wide by 512 high. And it's very important, because like I said, I keep stressing it. Anything in multiplicity, as far as textures that you've got applied, if you're not maximizing the use of that texture that is a certain size, anything in multiplicity is going to add more unnecessary weight to your track build, I guess, as far as than not. So when you can utilize more of the texture for different types of objects that you want to apply to the track, and keep them somewhat aligned with each other. So if it's related to one particular types of models, like the inner walls with that soft wall inner, you know, do that. Don't try to mix and match, I guess, as far as you know, like hauler items, I guess, with garage items. You know, even though it is in the garage area, it might be a little bit weird, I guess, as far as to have like individual haulers tied into, say, like a garage texture. That'd be kind of goofy. I mean, you could do that, but it's like it doesn't really make sense when it comes to that. So there are ways around that. So we didn't look at all the garage textures. Now, with that being said, we didn't look to see what those texture looks like. So what textures are being used by the garages in the infield? So let's take a look at the name of the garages, just to kind of get a little bit more in depth, I guess, as far as what's going on in an infield, and see what textures are being used and so on, how optimally they've been used. So let's do object, And let's see if we can select it this way. Probably not, but we got our items list if nothing else. Okay, so we're gonna go to our items list. And we've got those named. What are those named? Are they just garages? Or are they infield? Something or other. Infield fence. Tire walls. Lots of little bits here. Okay, infield buildings. Gotcha. Yeah. So it's all in one piece. Alright, so they're not even individualized. So the fact that all these infield buildings are in one piece. Pretty cool. Alright, so let's take a look at it. So we got infield buildings. We're going to look for that in our track edit folder and see what's textures tied to that. So infield, let's look for that object. Alphabetic order. Got lots of stuff in here now. Lots of stuff in here. So we got infield buildings right here. So here's the texture for it, more than likely. Just to confirm, you can go up in Notepad and find MIPS. And then it'll tell us all the textures that are tied to this particular object. So there's the MIP and just that one texture. Oh, so that confirms that's the texture being used. I don't ever like to assume that, I mean, it's very likely, I guess, as far as that this is the texture that goes with that named 3DO, but not always the case. Not usually all the case. Just depends on your track build. But in this case, it is. So we're going to open up this texture and see what's going on with that a little bit closer. So we did get a glimpse of these objects as far as last week, but I didn't really go through as deeply as I want to do right now. So let's go to that folder, and we're just gonna go right to the track edit folder and look for that here. So we got infield buildings. Here's that texture. It goes on all those. Look at all the business going on in here. So right off the bat, as far as I already showed, as I was panning around here, you've got the transparency in the texture that accommodates the one side of the garage because you've got double-sided, you know, it's got an interior. You got torches in here, which I think is just pretty, I don't know, it seems pretty cool, the fact that Torch, you're building this and you've got your own place in here, but I know it's not. That's what they actually have at the track. I know you've already pointed that out, but you got all these different bits in here for these infield buildings to accommodate in just one texture. So you've got the Sunoco fueling station, the pumps, you got torches in here, you got the different garages, the Goodyear garage, you got the infield care center. Lots of little bits that are taken care of, I guess, as far as that one object. So instead of making several other objects otherwise the same size and not maximizing the use of those individualized textures, you got them all in one texture for one object, right? Much the same as like the interior wall models. Same idea. So that's usually the best way you can go about it to optimize the use of a texture onto a model, especially when they're all semi-related, right? So the fact that there's still room in this texture to be able to add other bits if needed, but I think even without adding any more bits to this texture, it's still very well utilized, I guess, as far as it's not, and it has alpha channel in it to be able to accommodate other objects, other bits in this one object in comparison to the other pieces. So like this garage here doesn't have any dip, but if you wanted to put, you know, further down the road, if you wanted to add a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as to the Goodyear garage, make it the same as the the main garages, you could do that because you've already got that built into the model to have that alpha channel to the texture. So again, it's kind of thinking ahead as to how much adjustability you want to have and how you design your model. So in this case here, just like with the medallions and the foam, the way the texture was applied to accommodate being able to add different aspects to those different model pieces, that's a good way to think forward and think ahead as far as what would I potentially want to do with this model. And that's going to give you an idea of how you want to design the texture, as far as what size to use, as well as where those are going to be located in the texture. things like that. You know, just little pieces like that. I think it's been used pretty well. That's what I want to take a look at a little bit closer. So the fact that you got all this empty space, it's not at all that terrible. I think it's it still leaves a lot of room for padding, if you will. If there was a much more unused space in here than what's already occurring in here, might want to rethink, I guess, as far as how you're applying. Maybe make a separate texture that's smaller, smaller power 2, for example, as opposed to a bigger one like this one is. This thing's need to take into consideration. Yeah, so just like Torch said, as far as a lot of thought goes into textures. That's the main takeaway from that. So what I need to do now, Torch says, I kind of rambled on here a little bit. I need to open up this new PTF. Let's take a look in the Discord. And let's see if we can get that acquired. So this is a new PTF, got it. Let's download that. Save it. And we'll take a look and see what we got going on with this one here. Technoax still going there, sweet. Alright. The stream's been running pretty smooth, I guess, as far as I got a lot more stuff than I usually like to have open at one time during stream. But seems to be running pretty solid, so as long as that continues, I guess, to do so, should be in good shape. I do want to get into, at least, I know I've gone over, there's a lot of things I'd really like to do. There's just some things that I know are going to take a little bit longer. I do want to get into what I started last week, I guess, as far as what the track condition light. Possibly even bringing over the pit flaggers as far as for entrance and exit. Just to add more visuals to what's on the track in reality. I guess as far as you got all the visuals in the world for drivers, I guess, to be able to use. Not only from a spotter sense, but also the drivers that participate. So I think those are two aspects I can initially think of as far as to apply. And we've got already set, some models set, I guess, as far as for use of like the Wayland lights along with the flagger that goes along with the light, for example. So we got some pretty good. So let's go ahead, switch this back over to geometry view. We're going to do a new, and I need to get this PTF that I just downloaded off the Discord and see what we got here. What in the heck is this song? Techno, what are you doing to me? Interesting, but oh, I even went away from techno. My bad. Let's go back here for a second. We're gonna rewind this back up here a little bit. There we go. Cool. Let's go back to techno. Guess I kind of navigated away from that. So we got this PTF right here. We're gonna go ahead, cut that and put it in our track edit folder. I also want to make note to put that into, just a second here. So let's go this first. Just kind of for my own purposes, at least anyway. So I put that, why did I not refresh that? Add O'Reilly stuff, okay. Let's go refresh. And then I also want to put this into this folder. I'm going to put that right in there so that way I kind of know what's, that's all dated the same. Yeah, cool. Just for my own purposes. Kind of keeping track. That way if we ever need to go back, if something gets screwed up, which a lot of times when you're working on tracks collaboratively, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of, if one saves one PTF, you can usually fall back on another one and be like, nope, that ain't right, you need this one, But you never want to work on, it's probably one fair thing to mention. You'd never want to work on geometry of a track at the same time. So if either someone else is working on a model, right, and somebody else is working on geometry, you never want to work on geometry of a track at the same time. It's never going to work out. 100% guarantee that. I've had enough experience in this as far as if somebody's doing geometry work, I guess, to the track, somebody else is doing different levels of geometry work to that, they're never going to match up, ever. So this is kind of a fair thing to mention because as far as you ever consider as far as to work on a track collaboratively. So that's why I usually leave Torch, for example, up to doing all of the geometry stuff. Modeling stuff is pretty easy, I guess, to rectify or accommodate that because it's just a model, right? And the fact that majority of the models for this build are kind of built in place, so everything's set to an orientation of 0, 0, 0 as far as on the XYZ. So it's not really that hard, you know, to be able to adjust things. So if the geometry edit gets done to a track and you're building a model based on, chances are that model is not going to get screwed up. It's going to be easier to adjust that model to the new geometry as opposed to having two separate geometries to kind of mesh together, work on at the same time. So so I got that one in there. Now we want to load this new PTF that we just got in Sandbox and see what we got now. So that is going to be this PTF. So what we're going to obviously mainly look at here is the skewing of that O'Reilly that's in turns 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Are they corrected? But also the fencing. I think you mentioned the fencing. Was it readjusted? Oh, the Sandbox is crashing on me. Okay, cool. That sometimes happens. It is a buggy program, so we're going to have to do this. One momento. We need to reload Sandbox because it's kind of having a little fit, and it happens. Let's load this back up this way. Give that a second. Let's load that back up. Okay. Give that a second to load up. I think Lady Death might have took all the mojo out of the slots there. Got that jackpot there not too long ago. Alright, so we got this new PTF loaded up. Okay, and we're going to take two things. We want to check, double check the fencing to make sure those are properly oriented, and also the skewing. Alright, so are we perpendicular? Looks like it. So now we don't have that problem anymore. There we go. Now they're not vertical. Much better. Okay, so that's good to go. Now, what about these turns? I'm still noticing it's cut off. It's still cut off here. So if you're not seeing this, even in this PTF that I got here, I'm still witnessing that. And I've got the... I didn't hear you mentioning as far as if I got the right texture, because I had that open. Is it cut off on the one end? That's the only thing I noticed there. So I'm still witnessing that same issue, but the fencing is definitely fixed. Fencing is definitely fixed. And I think that might have been my fault. I can almost probably take blame for that, because when I did the copy forward, if it had vertical, I guess on the front stretch where it started from, right around the start flagger stand, it probably carried that vertical. I can't, you know, so I got to take some of the blame for that if that was the case. Yeah, so the fact that if these were initially set up as vertical, I might have carried that over when I copy forward. And that's one thing to be aware of, I guess, as far as if you figuring to use that copy forward function. But definitely, as I said previously, there's no need, more than likely, to have fencing and or walls one area of the track gets to be perpendicular and one vertical, unless you have a really funky kind of orientation, I guess, as far as your geometry that will require it. In most cases, you want to either have it all vertical. In that case, that didn't work out for what we see in the turns, or all perpendicular all the way throughout every segment. Yeah, so what I see so far, let's check out this end here in turns 1 and 2, just to kind of verify again. 3 and 4 look good. 1 and 2. So what you generally get with the catch fencing in the turns here is you have fencing basically is coming out the top of the concrete wall. So that catch fencing is kind of infused into the concrete wall, and that's what we see now, as opposed to previously. But let's check on this end here for the O'Reillys. Yep, still getting that same orientation of the texture here where it's cut off. And that's easily fixable, I suppose, too, I guess, as far as it. You just sent your texture for O'Reilly wall. Okay, we can double check that. I mean, it could be adjusted, I guess, in one of two ways, I suppose. You know, just with the text sags in geometry or the actual texture itself. A couple different ways. Alright, so you sent me that new one here. Alright. So that's the Media 3, yep. Burn that, so I'm going to save that file. Alright then, let's check and see. Let's see y'all. So what I want to do initially here is just load it up in WinMap 2 before I put it in there, just to kind of desktop. Right here. So there's the new one I just got. Oh, this is way different. That's way different. I can already tell right now. Way different from what I got. You got more spacing, I guess, on this side here. So it's a 4096, but you got this buffer on each end. I don't have that. That initially, that stands out right away. So if I open up the one I got in my track mat folder, that's probably what's going on now. So if I open the one that's in my track mat folder, let me do that again just to kind of compare. So second, track mat, and that's going to be Media 3. Media 3 right here. So I definitely didn't have that one, that's for sure. Yep, this is the one I have. That's definitely, clearly not the same. So that's probably what's going on. I just didn't have the right texture. Right. So I just needed the right textures. All I do remember. That's all I could remember. Is you said it was a 4096, which I did have it in a 4096, but it's still in a different orientation than what you just sent me. That's clearly evident. All right. So let's do a close. We're gonna put that into our track now because, as I mentioned earlier, because this texture is based on a geometric texture. We can go ahead and load that in our track mat and reload textures via that function that I was showing earlier. That's the difference between the geometric textures and 3D model textures. Alright, so we've got this new PTF. Let's get that texture. Move that over here real quick. So we're going to take this, cut that into our track mat. Alright, let's do this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Let's bring that over. So all I'm doing is just moving that over. So I already got this still in here as far as when we made that that new fence texture. I kept that open here. And we want to overwrite this one. Yes, we do. And also what I want to do is put that into... Let's put it in here. I'm going to put it right in this folder. New folder, we're going to call this track mat. Just so I can keep track on my end, I guess, as far as what's been updated and what hasn't. Eventually, once the track is said and done, won't need to do that. But just to have something to fall back on to be like, okay, we had it this way. And just to kind of give clarity, I guess, as far as between, especially working on it collaboratively. You can definitely see, okay, what did you have in comparison? Obviously, that was a big difference in texture that Torch had in comparison to what I had. So the more he starts needing to adjust textures like that, sometimes you get lost in translation, I guess, as far as, oh shoot, I forgot you needed that one. I mean, it was already in the track, right? It already had the same name, but as far as the way the texture itself was designed, wasn't the same. That's why we're getting that deal there. So let's go ahead and put that one in here so I can know that that was updated on that date. That's everything that's been updated so far just today. And this is all prior to stream and even during stream. It's pretty crazy. Alright, now with that texture that I just put into the track mat folder, right, I'm going to show this just in case anybody didn't know. So I'm going to keep it focused right on this area, right? So you can see how miscued that is as far as the way it's cut off. Now I got the new texture in there. So all I need to do while I'm in geometric view is select, doesn't matter what section, doesn't even have to be the section to which you're trying to adjust, just any F section or W section. Right? And then in this view, as long as you got something selected, do reload MIPS. And there you go. That's one nice feature that, you know, from the geometric standpoint, that you don't have to close the track. So as you're doing geometric bits to your track, especially outside walls, for example, this is kind of an advantage. As you update the texture, you can just use that function to reload that MIP, and it'll do that. As long as you have a section, either a W or an F section, anything geometric in the track in geometric view, you can use that reload textures option, and then it'll just automatically reload that texture. Can't do that for objects though. Objects do require to save and or close the track, reopen it, so you can get the new texture onto the model. But there you go. Now it's corrected. Now we don't have that misskewing on that part. Fantastic. Yeah, and this is what happens. You find yourself, having needing to adjust, and you're doing so much. It's a lot on your plate, I guess, as far as when you adjust there. And this is why it's nice to have a second head or a second set of eyes to be like, oh shoot, something's a little bit off here. So like with the mapping issue that we had on the interior walls, starting right out, that issue, I guess, as far as with that, these things can be resolved pretty simply in a lot of cases. Not a huge issue, as far as to be like, oh crap, I don't know what I did. There's ways to be able to say, oh, I either don't have the right texture, or it has the wrong mapping on it, things like that. Pretty easily resolved though. So hopefully it does give a little bit of insight as far as like you can work collaboratively, you just have to do it very organized fashion. So even though someone else that it's assisting him with the build might not have the right texture, the track is still going to load. It's just not going to look the same as it does on the other, the other person's end, and that can be just swapped out and all good to go. Is that 3 things? Okay, so the fencing. Let's see if I can remember them all. The fencing, that texture, and then the mapping onto the interior walls. Yep, and that's a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, just over the past couple streams here, there's a lot of stuff that has been done, and it's very easy to kind of get lost in translation, I guess, as far as textures didn't get swapped out or things like that. So far it hasn't been anything that drastic, to where the track just doesn't load because of inconsistencies, I guess, between PTFs, for example. And this is why I mentioned, I guess, as far as if on one person's end they're doing geometric changes, don't let the other guy do the same thing at the same time, because they're never going to match up. When you swap in each other's PTFs in that fashion, when it comes to geometric changes, it's going to be a hot mess, guaranteed, almost every time. So you only want to have one guy at a time, because as far as no matter what it is, it doesn't matter if it's applying objects to the track or what have you, new objects. I want to say new objects, not existing objects. Let the one guy do it first, have him send what he's got done, put it in your end, and then you can do what you need to do. That's the best way to go about it. But there are other things that can be worked on while the other guy's working on some other stuff. So like if there's textures that are going to be needed for walls, or if there needs a texture to be developed, I guess, for another model that you want to put into the track. Something else I think of as far as like if you needed animated screens, I guess, for your video screen that's already in the track, that can be done while the other guy's doing some other stuff. So there's ways, to reorganize and optimize, who's doing what, so that there's always something being done, so you can progress it a little bit further. I think the track at this point has progressed pretty well, considering, this goes back to, I've got plenty of, and I think I've shown that in my update folders here, just on my end. I'm sure Torch has got plenty more. I did have a little bit of a hiatus myself, so it's like the updates that I have are plentiful, I guess, as far as, let me go back here just for a second. I have, going all the way back to the beginning of the year, January 4, but even prior to that, even as far back as the end of, so this has almost been a year to the day. I mean, we're closing in on a year to the day since this thing has been started, right? So, and you look where it's come to. I mean, there's a lot of progress here, a lot of progress, in that amount of time. I mean, there's been no slacking, I guess, whatsoever. You know, if it's something else, I guess, as far as with the stands or infield objects, the way the geometry is behaving. I mean, there's a lot of things that have taken place, I guess, as far as going all the way back to the end of last year to get to this point. I mean, the track, even before this point, was totally drivable, right? Even without everything you're seeing right here, as far as what I'm showing on the screen, the track was solid. It's been solid. So that it's, as far as to be able to elaborate on what's already there geometrically, it's just putting a cherry on the top. Maybe a little bit of whipped cream too. So. Who doesn't like whipped cream? I guess on their, I don't know. I mean, I know I do. Okay. So what I'm really looking forward, I guess, to doing at this point, now that we've got all those issues resolved, as far as what we had there, like I already mentioned, we had 3 issues that were pretty easily resolved. Most all of them pretty much dealing with texture, besides the fencing. Pretty simple fix. Pretty simple fix. Getting close to doing fine tuning. Seconds to boot. What do you mean seconds to boot? Oh, you love your little tree. Yeah, I like those trees too. I'd really got to say, I mean, they're very, very, very low poly. You know, when you look at these up close here, they've only got like, what, 5 sides? It's kind of hard to tell because they do kind of blend in really nicely, but I'm going to say probably 5 sides. These are done really good, and we'll be able to see this in the sim, but even in here, when you're coming down pit road, it just makes that infield pop. It's these little baby trees. And the fact that they do have these, I guess, in reality, they got shrubbery, I guess, as far as that. And it might be a little bit more elaborate than what's here, but I mean, just to have that, I think it adds a little bit of more character to the lack of quality in the infield texture itself. You know, so you're focused more on these 3D bits, like the trees and the garages and the haulers and stuff, more than you are the texture. But even from this distance, like if you were to put a camera out here, you wouldn't even be able to tell the low resolution, I guess, as far as that exists with the infield object. Because everything in its place, and these little enhanced bits as far as for the victory lane, you wouldn't even know, I guess, as far as what's going on. Unless you've been watching the stream, then you would. So there's 6 sides to it? Alright. I was guessing, you know, from what I can tell in there, without actually seeing the model for myself, just by looking at it. But the fact that it only has the 6 sides, and it's not like, you know, you look at trees that exist in other games that are just like massive amounts of vertices and polys to it. Look at how much detail you get to it. I mean, you can definitely tell it's a bush. It definitely discerns itself as a little tree or bush, just by looking at it from these different angles like that. Even if you get up a little closer, you can really, it blends in so nicely. Those little finer details, I could think, are really going to add to the character of the track, I feel. You know, and then you've got these flags. I know, I just keep coming back to these flags. These just look sick. And not in a good way. Not this good kind of sick. So the fact that these, at some point, we need to redo these. So that if you do decide to run the track without running that little bit of wind, which is just 2 miles an hour, that's all you need, just to get these in motion. You won't have this, but if you keep them static, they kind of look sad. So, you know, and these are very preliminary, I guess, as far as, you know, just understanding as far as how keyframes work, how to apply animation, much like the video screen, which those still need to be updated. A lot of little bits like that still need to be redone. But I think now, at this point, I'd like to get into applying some of these track condition lights, the caution lights. I did initially last stream, I started just to kind of show how you can make a jig just something for placement of it, based on the same orientation of the final object, so that you can just swap it out once you get them into place, and being able to line those up with the fence line a little bit easier. And that's what I'm going to get back into. We kind of started it last week. I'd like to go through the whole process again and add as many of those as we can, that are around the track. So I know they have them in several different spots, like around the start-finish line and such like that. So I want to do that. That's something I want to get into. And what I did, I kept the jig that I created from last week so I can swap it out. So currently what I've got in the track, again, just to kind of give clarity, I got a sneeze brewing up here, and I don't want to blast it into the mic. Oh my goodness. I hate when you get that tickle on the end of your nose. It's just like it wants to do it, but it's like I don't want to be in the middle of talking and just kind of blast it through the mic. So let's go back into our track edit. So I have this caution light that I did start last week. That's probably another thing I want to mention too, because as far as there are some path files for the flying objects, so like the blimp, as far as wing fit 1, have been adjusted, as well as the race LP and the max pit LP. So the cars coming out of the pits, especially the AI, won't be as close to the inside wall, for example. That was something adjusted. Torch is adjusted, so no TI image either on the trees. We were talking about the trees. So on the trees, that's good that you mentioned that. Let's take a look at that. So no TI image. Yeah, so we got, more than likely you got alpha, but no TI. Big difference there. So let's, what object is that? In a second here. Let's check this out. So on those trees, let's go to object view. Let's get into that. What are they named? Trees? They just named trees. We're gonna look through here. It should be alphabetic. Yep. So we got tree rows. We got a couple different ones here. We got tree row 1, tree row 2. Let's just look at this one. Yep. So we can see where those are populated. And let's see what textures apply to them. Let's take a look at that. We kind of do, and that's what we like to do. So tree, alphabetic. Here they are. Here's the objects, and assuming that's the texture. Let's confirm. We're gonna confirm. Not gonna assume. Let's do edit. Fine. This is a nice method here, as far as like, if you ever want to figure out what textures are applied to any object, open it up in regular Notepad, MIP, and search for MIP. There you go. So tree MIP is what is being applied to that model, that one texture. We can confirm that is the one. We're going to open that up in WinMIP 2. Let's take a look at it. This is, as Torch was mentioning, it does not use a TI. It's really tough in a lot of occasions, I guess, to be able to apply effectively a tree aspect to a model without using TI. To get the nice soft edges. Sometimes that's pretty hard. Now the fact that you saw the trees, you didn't see any magenta bleed. All right, let's go ahead and focus on it. Let's go out of the trees here real quick. Let's focus on that, because that's what we're looking at. So I got them highlighted here. You can see there's no magenta bleed in this whatsoever. Really tough to do when you consider, I guess, as far as the way trees are, as far as the soft edges that you would need on it. Let's take a look at the texture though. So tree MIP. God darn it, went back to the track, man. Don't be doing that. I started navigating to it and I didn't finish, so I put it back there. So we'll go medium. So tree MIP. That is, where are you at? There it is. Lots of stuff in here now. Look at how this is done. This is very tough to do. The fact that you have so many fine lines, I guess, as far as around the edges of these leaves, to be able to accomplish this without getting magenta bleed in such a texture, it's kind of tough to do. And the fact that it's relatively small image size too. So this one's a 512 by 256. Pretty small texture when you consider it. So to not blow it up so big so that it's like huge, you know, like a 2048 by something or other, keeping it in a power 2, to maintain against the clarity of all the leaf edges and not get the magenta bleed. I see that all the time. I see it more times than I care to count. You can do it much smaller, just like what you're seeing, and still get this kind of result. No magenta bleed in these whatsoever. And that pink color, as far as the magenta, none. Not from any distance. And that's, so I don't like to hear any excuse against as far as, well, it looked like crap. I guess as far as like, well, you need to, you know, play with your texture a little bit more so that it'll accommodate that alpha channel, that magenta in the background. The fact that we see no magenta bleed. Here, let me deselect that so we can see it a little bit better. Back, got a better idea. Let's go over here. Got more trees over here. So on any of these tree objects here, we see no magenta bleed from any distance, and that's usually is sometimes evident from further distances. The fact that we don't see any, and based on the size of the texture, that's very, very, very tough to do without using a TI. And keeping in mind the whole use of a TI, which is considered a transparent image, that's basically what you're doing is you're duplicating the primary image. So the TI image is usually the same size as the primary, and that's going to bulk up, I guess, just that one image. So again, it comes down to anything in multiplicity, right? So even though you got the one texture, the way you design your model, in this case those trees there, and he's got them, Torch has got these in, you know, kind of chunks here. He's got this chunk, and he's got the other chunk as far as the row 2. That's things to take into consideration as far as the way you design it. So you could have definitely tried to make these all individual trees and use the one texture. Could have got away with that. But the fact that if you can put them into a group like this to accommodate, I guess, just the customized track that this is, then absolutely do that. Keeping in mind you don't want to add too much bulk to one object, right? So this is always another thing to take into consideration in any type of object build. So if you kind of, as you build it, you build it one piece with one texture, see how that weighs, and if you can put it into, you know, more of the same object in duplicate, I guess as far as in more than, you know, a bigger size model, just like this one is, then go ahead and do that. Just as long as it doesn't add too much weight overall to the track, because sometimes it's easier, it's much more optimal, I guess, to apply those individual objects like these trees into one object than it is to several singular objects. That's what you have to keep in mind as well. So not only from the texture side you have to take in consideration, but also the size of the model, as far as what type of weight, poly-wise, and vertices and tries and whatever that you're adding to that model. Any model, for that matter. So yeah, that's pretty cool. This gives me a little bit of confidence in the fact, you know, the way everything has been built. What I see usually in a lot of tracks where images, you know, things for tree textures like this, they're always huge and as big as they can make them, just so that, and they'll have a TI along with it, and it's like, why? There's absolutely no reason for that. There's no need to have that much emphasis on there when you can do it just like this one is, and still have the clarity that you see in these. So anyway, I don't want to beat that dead horse, but I figure I see it all too much, and it's just no reason for it. No reason for it. And I think it really does come down to lack of education on how textures are built, from, you know, the color palette that's used to and whatever. And you see it in repetition. So if you see somebody else doing it as a TI, it just automatically comes infused in the brain that, I guess, that's the way it needs to be done in order to have clarity in the texture as well as on the texture onto the model. And that's not always true. Not always true. There's always a much more optimal way to do it, and it should definitely be taken into consideration, I guess, as far as trying to make it more optimal, just like this one is. Just for something as simple as that. Alright. Let's close that out. And I want to deselect this one here, go back to the geometry view. Oh, so the other thing I was looking at, so what I got into in the track edit folder here, I've got that track conditioner, that caution light that is not modified, the jig, and I want to swap that out. That's where we're at now. So I need to take note of all the things we changed. So it was the O'Reilly. I need to get that over to the our game track directory as far as so we can test all these things out that way too. So I'm gonna need that PTF. That's kind of why I spread this out here. So I'm gonna need that. I need that PTF and that adjusted softball inner wall. Yep. It should be this one here. Let me reopen this one. It should be that map of 2. Let's check that. I think that's the one, but I want to double check and make sure. That way I know they're kind of all in one folder. That's kind of another reason why I guess I oops, I didn't go back up. That's kind of why I put those all together. Got those 3 items I need to do this. I need to bring over to the game track directory. So this one, so we got this. Should be a map of 2. Yep, so that one. That track map item there, and that PTF. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm not going to bother moving over that PTF to the game track directory because I'm going to be adding this caution light. Right, so that I'm going to be using this latest PTF that I got from Torch to be able to add that to it, so it's not going to lose anything, I guess, as far as moving forward on that regard. I want to use the most up-to-date PTF, obviously, to apply this caution light. Okay, I want to make sure that I do have it in here, though. That's what I was looking for. So it is... I'm gonna remember what it was named. Yeah, right here, sea light. Here. So that's this object. And like I said, I already had placed this in here initially last week just to kind of give an idea of how you can take an existing... So this is our final model that'll be used, and we'll be able to swap that out with the jig that has those added bits to the post here, so we can line it up with the geometric fence a little bit easier. And now that that fence has been corrected too, that'll make it too. Yeah, it's moving along pretty well. I think it's just getting all the things like the track condition lights, the pit road signals, I guess, as far as the lane lights, things like that. I mean, it's just, I mean, the track by itself, it's already proven itself, I guess, as far as it drives spectacularly. I mean, it's like, I've got a pretty crappy setup on the car, and the fact that it drives as nice as it does, it kind of says a lot. As far as to build the track from scratch, based on up-to-date information, as far as real-world information that is the LiDAR, for example. I need to close it. What the heck, I got that open. We're using Techno-X, I guess, as far as for our background music, so. Alrighty then, so what I want to do, yeah, just to confirm, I do have that in here. I want to swap this out. I'm just going to back this one up. Save it for safekeeping. And then I want to bring in that jig, which is on my desktop here, so give me a second. Go ahead and move that over. Where did I put that bad boy? Here it is. Bring that into our track edit folder. Let's bring that into our track edit. So I just copied over that. Oh shoot. And we're getting a lot of items in here. So we've got, where are we at now, items wise? We are 525 items. Keeping in mind, this is everything. This is including PTFs, you know, additional PTFs. You got all the setups files and whatever, so it's not dated up yet. I guess that's the point I was trying to make. 525 items in this track folder. It's getting pretty weighted, but everything's being used. I guess we did find, I guess this was off stream. We did find at least one object that wasn't being used so far. So there's still going to probably need to be some cleanup. in this track folder to make sure that there's nothing that isn't needed. There might be still some unneeded stuff in here. I know there was at least one. I came across that when Torch was sharing me new items, I guess, as far as to share on stream. There was at least one item that didn't need to be in there. And it came from, I think he said, another track build. So there's definitely probably going to need to be some cleanup in here as well. So we want to paste in this jig, which is right there. So this is our jigged model. Let's open this up in 3D Sim Image so you can see it's got our added bits to the post here. So that's going to help us to line up that this light to the geometric fence a little bit more efficiently. So we'll be able to see this added piece here to the post here clip in and out of the geometric fence. And I already showed that last week. That's just a little bit of a summary. Alright, so now let's go ahead. I don't need to reload the track or anything, so that item will still load in here because that item that I backed up was already loaded technically. So I'll be able to go into Object View and actually load the slide in, and everything should be there. In theory. Watch it lie to me though. We know how Sandbox can be sometimes, so. Alright, we'll go into Object View, and we're going to place this light. And I'm going to go through a little bit more in depth, I guess, as far as adding some of these items to the track. The outside fence, anyway. So let's go right here, add trackside object. And it should be an alphabetic order, so we need to see the light. Let's see. Right there. Okay, so I can't really see it. It kind of blends in with the deal here, but we can always go to our items list. Always the best option here. So it is in the track. Just kind of blended in there, and it's kind of hard. So in an effort not to click on a bunch of different stuff and move something that you didn't want to move, it's very easy to do with Sandbox here. It's just better to go with your items list and find it that way. There it is. There it is highlighted. Now we can kind of set this in position. Let's set her in position. Yeah, I'm going to put a lot more of these than I did previously. We're going to go a little bit more in depth with it. Lady Death is still hanging out. Oh, you got decent shot. Only missing on the slots though. Yeah, 51. That's 2 for 3. Yeah, not bad. 2 for 3. Don't forget to scold. Right? Don't forget that scold. You can always try to scold the bot. I guess the bot's behaving a little bit, I suppose, now, right? Maybe a little bit more than he usually is. Sometimes he gets real stingy on his shots there. Alright, let's bring this up on Z. 8. Maybe bolt like that. Maybe this isn't loading, so we can see the bounding box for it, but the actual object is not loading. Okay. No problem. So what we'll do is we'll get this initially placed kind of loosely, and we'll save the PTF, and we'll go from there. So I need to bring it in on the Y. Everything's based on the center line. So the fact that it's at a 253.70, I need to decrease that value. Oh, I actually need to increase that value, my bad. You can see as I just chunked off that decimal, kind of scooted it out more towards the infield. So on 0, that's going to be center of the world. We don't want it there. So we need to go to, say, 255. Oh, a little bit more. Let's try 275. That's too much. 260. Where's it at? So it's right about there. So even without having the actual object, so nope, that's a little too far yet too. We can still use the bounding box, I guess, to kind of get an idea. We don't really need to spend this much time, I guess, as far as on with just the bounding box, but I don't know, sometimes, well, something like that. We can see the bounding box, that's roughly what I want. So we'll go ahead and save it this way, and then we can adjust it while it's loaded in. I guess it's a little bit easier. So let's go back to Geometry View. Save as a new PTF. And I'm going to do a new PTF as opposed to one that's already existing. I don't want to step on, I guess, as far as something Torch originally did. So if something screws up on my end, right, I can always fall back on the one that originally applied here. So we're gonna do, so we already did one here for add sea light. I can probably overwrite that one if I wanted to, because that's basically defunct now, because that's based on an older PTF save than what Torch just sent me. I'm gonna overwrite that one. That'll be fine. That works. That way I know what's going on with that one. Now I can go ahead and do a new, and reopen that PTF. And I can confirm just by going around to make sure that everything is as it should be. And sandbox is crashing. Okay, fair enough. Gotta love it. It's a very buggy program, so it's fair. It happens. It's not your fault. It's just sandbox. It's just the nature of sandbox. Give me a second just to get this reloaded back up. Alrighty then. So, bum bum bum. We're gonna get this bad boy loaded back up. Come on, baby. There we go. It's got having these multiple monitors on this one system here. It always tends to hiccup, I guess, a little bit because of it. It's the desktop is kind of stretched out. It's kind of spread out, and not just on one monitor. So it's I have to give it a second just to. There we go. So we got the track back loaded up here, and we should have that. Oops, playlist stop. So we should have that caution light right there. We can see it. We'll have to rotate it, obviously. What happened to my yes, please. Keep going. Alrighty then. So now we just got to spend a little bit more time to reorient this here. Now it should have. Yep, there we go. So we got that little placard, I guess, on the one side of it there. That's all we really need. That's going to help us line it up with the fence post, the geometric fence post, much easier. Alright, so let's highlight that piece. Let's go into object view. And we're going to go to our items list and select that sea light. It should be right there. Now we can spin this around 180 degrees, basically. Ta-da! And then we'll line it up with our fence post. So we can do one of two things. We can zoom in on this way. Get it a little bit closer to where we need it to be. Let's do that. So we're going to put it right on this fence post, for example. It's going to get real tricky as far as when we get to the turns of the track. Doing these straight sections here is a little bit simpler, but not so much like that. So that's a little closer that way. Let's go to camera view. We need to tilt it a little bit. Yep. I had this all set before, but I could probably open it. I could probably be able to open that old PTF, but that's already overwrote, so no harm, no foul. It was only the one light that I had in position anyway. Let's see here. Now, so the fact that I've got it as close that I have here, I can play around with the Y, say for example, and you can see how that bit that we added to the post there is going to help us line that up a little bit better. Like we need to tilt it this way though. Oops, my bad. Wrong one. Wrong one. Oops, I'm tilting it the wrong dang way. That's why. Let's put that back to 0. We need to roll it this way. There we go. So you can see how well we can tell now how well it's clipping into the actual geometric fence. That's why I added that bit. Not having that on there makes it a little bit tougher to realize. I guess the posts are actually, you know, touching that fence pole, which is geometric, and that wall is going to breathe. You know, that geometric fence piece is going to breathe, quote unquote, using that term loosely, but still want to go 5. Nope, got to increase that value. 6. do 5. Oh, a little too much. 1, 5. Now I'm gonna have to pitch it a little bit more. Roll it, my bad, not pitch it. Something like that. Kind of manually type this in. Let's do 4.75. Let's at 4. Let's do 3. Okay, we gotta go more. 5. Yeah, we can kind of fine tune this. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we bring it more up on the Y. Oh, that's going the wrong way. 5, 8, 9. Oh, we're getting close. 12. Add it at 15. There we go. That's too much. 14, 13. Alright, so we want to go 8, 9, 8, 0. Okay. Right about there, I think that's where we're good. Cool. And then we'll have to do that to each light. I might want to bring this down just a little bit. That's what I'll do. I'll bring it down on the Z. Bring it more to eye level. Got it at 8. Let's do 7.8. 0.7. Yeah, probably about right there. It'll be different in different areas of the track. It's not going to be the same because you're going to have different levels of banking. That's actually not too bad. Not too chubby. I say so myself. I just take a look at it from all angles. Says if you were driving down the track, you'd be able to see that while you're driving by it. Cool. Alright, that's 1. Next. Alright, so we can go. So there's no way to duplicate this. You know, out of that over there, you gotta re-add a new object. So we want to find in where we want to put the next one. So I'm thinking one a little bit closer to turn 1. Let's do one that's got a little bit more of an angle. Now I'm not putting these exactly in the position that they are. If I wanted to do that, I have to watch some video footage to get them exactly, or more exactly, I guess, as far as where they actually are. I'm 100% guessing on these positions. I'm just considering, in reality, where they have them, and then virtually as far as how we're applying them here. So we got one there. I'm gonna put one like in the turn here. Let's put it on this post right there for sample. So we're gonna do add object, another C light. Okay, and then I'll go to our items list. Since you can't really pick it in here, it's kind of tough to see it. It's pretty small too. We'll go in our list until that gets highlighted in our view here. And now we got 2 objects in here at this point. The fact they're all going to be named the same, just gotta select the one that gets into lights up. It gets in your overview. See what. Oh, where are you at? Gummit. Got a lot of stuff in here now. There it is. Okay, that's the other one. There's the one I just added. There it is. And put it to fixed. And this one will probably have to go a little bit higher up on the Z, but I'll go initially 8. So there you can see it popped up. Let's go over here. Where's she at? So right there. Oh wait, I thought that was further down than that. That might not be too bad though. Yeah, we'll try it right there. I thought it was further on into turn 1. That's fine. So we'll do one here and then one into turn 1 there. No problem. So we're more or less putting it right on this post. So we got to do, let's do initially 180. And since we can see it in this view, we can grab it just like that. That. let's see what we got in here. Cool. So we'll need to roll that. Like that, and then we'll decrease this value. Oh, we gotta increase it, my bad. Let's try 258. That's too far. Okay. 7, 2, 1. That's pretty close. I like that height. Height needs to come down. Alright, so we did, what did we do on the other one? 7.5. None of these are usually exact either, I guess, as far as, even in reality. They don't 100% put them all on the same height necessarily. Some of them are a little bit lower than the other ones. Let's select that other one just to kind of get an idea. We had that one at 7.7. Alright, let's go back to that one. Using my items list. Comes at 7.5 and we get this height. Yeah, 7.7 I think is a little too high in this spot. In fact, I could probably bring this one down too. Yeah, I think between the two of these we can put them at 7.5. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to the other one and we'll set that one the same. Okay, set this one at 7.5. And there we go. We'll know that one's 7.5. Marvelous. And then we'll go back down to this one. Cool. Now let's double check as far as our distance to the pole on that one. So we'll go in our items list. Right. Alright, let's see how much we need to adjust on the Y. 1, 2. And I've not seen it clipping at all yet. Let's move it on the X just a tad too. I'm just moving it ever so incrementally. I'm not going too nuts with it. Okay. Need to roll it just a little bit more. Okay, and then we'll bring it on. Okay, so we have to rotate it a little bit differently, I think, on this one. Alright, we're gonna have to go minus on this one here. Let's go this way. Get the proper. Let's try it like that. Alright. That is not too bad, so we're gonna go up a little bit. Okay, I'm not disliking that. Not disliking that. Let's rotate it a little bit. Oh, that's too much. Very minimal. Oh, so 6.8 is like that. Okay, we're gonna go like that. Yep, set a minimal amount of clip into that. Cool. Like it. Marvelous. 2 lights in place there so far. So let's put another one like in the turn here. Let's put one right about where this medallion's at, right in this area. So in between these 2 poles. One of these 2 poles. That'll be down this way, right about here. Right now, these are totally random, right? As far as placement wise. Just want to make that abundantly clear. Alright, so what I want to do... It might behoove me, I guess, as far as to actually witness some video footage or some actual still pictures to know, I guess, as far as whereabouts they have these caution lights located. As far as like what part of the turns, what's part of the straights, so on and so forth. Alright, C light. Getting our third one applied. Okay, let's do okay. Now we can go to our items list. C light. Whoops. I go into the C's. Diesel. Come on now. Numbers first. Okay, we just need to highlight the one in the items list until it lights up here in our overview. Yeah, so how's the modding going, shot? I would have to watch the video myself there, Torch. That's the thing. Does me no good, I guess, as far as like that. And I'm not gonna go over video footage right now because you'd have to watch, you know, stop, watch, play. Okay, there's one there, so on. It's a lot. So right now, I'd just rather take this approach, I guess, for now. All I want to basically show is the ease of how you can place these lights. So they'll probably need to be repositioned. But just to get them in there, just to kind of show, you know, how to apply these, you know, as far as using a jig, like I've got here, and then be able to swap them out. That's the only thing I really want to go over at this point. Yeah, it would be a little bit more in-depth type of approach to this. You would watch some video footage or review, I guess, as far as some still footage to say, yep, there's a caution light in this spot, and then place it appropriately. I don't have any of that. I know you do, but it doesn't help me with what you got. So I'm not gonna go that route, I guess, right now. But that would be the approach you want to take. All right, so we need to light up. There it is. There's our light. Fixed, and then we want to do. How's Yassel doing anyway? Coming in. Should have had a mid-bot jump first. Yeah. Oh, you got nothing on the shot. That's fair. I know. Lady Death had some luck there earlier, I guess, as far as she got 3 for 3. Came in, she got, she took the shots, slots, and the risk. Boom, boom, boom. It's like, I don't remember what the amounts were, but yep. And she didn't even liquor the bot up, so. Let's bring this up on 8, so there it is right now. We're gonna put it right about there. Oh, there she be. Alright, we definitely need to go way more up. So as the banking goes up, obviously the height of that object needs to increase as well. Okay. We're going to put it right on this pole. Hell. So let's go way more up. So we'll do 11. That's too far. 10? What about 10.5? That might be good. It's going to get a little bit more tricky, I guess, as far as the fact that it's in a curved segment here. We'll have to pitch it and roll it, all that good stuff. Nope, not that way. First, let's go ahead and flip it this way. Need to bring it closer. 95. Ooh, look at that. A little bit. Okay, now we can roll it. We gotta go increase the X. 2, 5. Oh, that's not bad right there. Okay. Ooh, not bad at all. I'm making it. Alright, we need to go probably 6.5, 7.5. I'm gonna be like 10. Yeah. Oh, my bad. Is that minus 10? Yeah, minus 10. Wait. Oh, that's so close. So close. Alright, there we go. Not disliking that, so let's move it. Four. Alright, a little bit more roll. Let's bring it out on the Y. That is not too bad there. Set a little bit of clip. Gonna make it as much as parallel with the fence post as possible. Height-wise, what are we doing height-wise? That might not be too bad, just like that. So we want to have a good clarity, I guess, as far as on that into the turn. Yep, I think that'll work. Okay, so I think we'll put one there. We'll put one in the apex of the turn. So I'm going to kind of spread these out a little bit. I know they're definitely, I'm trying to put them in like key spots that I know that they do regularly put them. I didn't really mean to put this one here. I thought it was further in the turn. What I meant to do is put one lead segment. This one's already placed, so that's fine. And in the turn, the apex, and then the exit of the turn. I do know they do put those in them spots, some primary spots. So let's put one in the apex. Y'all good? That's good. Peeps in your circuit are always okay with. Oh yeah, it's you know, just like I mentioned, starter stream there. It's been pretty windy here. That's about it. But I know in plenty of other areas it's much worse. I mentioned what happened there in Kentucky. There, that was nasty. Yeah, quite a few people, I guess, as far as got perished. And no, I think it was just one tornado. That's bad. All right, so I think I'm gonna line this one up right about with this first. I don't know if you want to consider the first or last billboard right there. That's about the apex. Also, take into consideration this tunnel. It's kind of more closer to the apex. All right, so I might split the difference and go ahead and put a light right here, right across from the tunnel. That would be more or less the apex of the turn. Let's do that. Let's do add C light. Short for caution light. And then items list. Alphabetical. Alright, so now we just gotta choose which one lights up here. There it is. Alright, so we'll probably need to go up higher than we did the last one. We're in the apex of the turn. More banking. So we'll probably need to go like 50. Probably too high. Over here. And it should be behind me. Right now. There should be. Now we need to rotate this appropriately. Okay. Alright, how much we need to rotate this bad boy? Actually, I probably wasn't too far off on the height. Not too far at all. Alright, we need to bring it in on. Now, the fact that now we're closer to the X, so as you move around the track, your orientation gets as far as what becomes X and what is Y is going to change. So the fact that we're in the apex of the turn, X is now going to be this way, Y is this way, in comparison to the previous lights. Alright, so this one here, I got to adjust the X to bring it closer to the fence. Increase this value to... probably need to go, let's put strike 470. That's too much, okay. That's what, 69. 69 and a half, too much. There we go, now we can start to roll it. And maybe I'll come down just a little bit on the height. Let's do 14. That's too low. 14, 350. That might be about good. Cool. Okay, now we gotta readjust our X. And our roll. Hopefully it makes a little bit more sense, I guess, as far as why I added that bit at the end of the post there. Gives you a little bit more contrast between, you know, just trying to line those posts up that are on the light fixture itself to the post. Don't strain your eyes that way. Create a jig, just like I did here, and make it much more easier to do that. That's the main takeaway from this illusion. Okay, rotation this way. Wrong way. Why are you going the wrong way? Stop going the wrong way. Darn you. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Let me adjust the Y here. Control 5. Okay, so I need to change the rotation. There we go, and I can see it clipping. And we need to set up some more. Oh, too much. There. Good. I want that little bit of clip into the post. There, now let's see. Not the bad, not the bad. So as we're coming through the turn, see that light flashing when it is caution. Anyway, noise. Okay, so we're gonna do one on the exit corner here. There's probably additional ones, I guess, on the turns here. Again, comes down to video footage and still picture footage. I guess as far as to get better placement, I guess, as far as those caution lights there. But I know for a fact, usually they have one entrance of the turn, apex, exit, almost every time, and that's pretty consistent, I guess, across all the tracks. So we're gonna put one right about here, right about the end of this PJ1, as they call it. And then let's ISO, and then add object to C light. Oh, I think it switched off Techno Axis. Uno momento. Yeah, what's that? Yep, it did. Let's go back to, what is Techno Axis? That's a different one. I dig it. Alright, cool. Definitely, I highly recommend anybody looking for background music for videos, royalty free, on YouTube, Techno Axis. Alright. Okay, so we want to go up, so we're shouldn't be quite as high as we were in the apex, so I'm guessing probably around 11 as far as on the height. Whoa, even lesser than that. Okay, but yeah, so the fact that the banking comes back down as you get to the exit, get onto the back stretch, that's fair. So the fact that we're about 14 and a half or where it was about in the apex. And where we started from as far as like at about 7.7, about twice as much in the apex. Now we're back down to probably around 7.7, maybe a little bit higher. Okay. Kind of gives you an idea, I guess, as far as how this geometry of the track actually behaves, right? Very random, for lack of a better way to put it, as far as straightaways, like that, as far as like just all the elevation changes. Using that LiDAR information, I guess, to be able to get that accurate, that's probably another fair point. But this one we don't need to rotate as much. It's already pointed in the direction we need to go. Okay. Need it to be, not to go. That's what I meant. This. Right? Get it in the ballpark at least anyway, so height-wise, let's see here. Maybe down just a skosh. Let's do 8.7. Yeah, maybe we'll right now. Like that. As you're coming off a turn, you're right in line of sight. Oh shoot, that's a caution. I need to slow down. Alright, so this one here, again, now that we're on this part of the track, now we're back to pretty much where we were on the dog leg. X now becomes this way, and Y is this way. In comparison to what we dealt with on the apex leg. So X. We don't really need X. Let's do the Y. So we got 7. We need to increase that value. Let's do 259. Pretty close. 251.1. Alright, now we need to roll it. Very minimal adjustments. Get it where we need it to be. Nothing drastic. Alright, now we'll go back on the Y. Let's do 105. 0. 5. Alright, we need to roll it some more. I need to manually do it. Let's try 10.7. That might be good there. So at 10. And then bring it back. 5. Oh, too much. Bad. Alright. And I might need to rotate this a little bit. Like maybe 2 degrees. Wrong way though. -2. Something like that. There we go. Whoa, my bad. Put the decimal in there. There we go. Now we're kind of evenly into that. Evenly disperse that plane, I guess, as far as into that. I suppose. Marvelous. Like it. Alright, so we're going to put one... let's see. Let's put one about the middle of the backstretch here. So right about where this no limit sign is. It's another common place to put those. Middle of the backstretch. So it'll be kind of perpendicular, I guess, as far as to the other light on the front stretch, right? One across there, one across there, one across there, so on and so forth. Kind of cross section those two. Alright, so right about here. So let's go ahead and object C light. Very Eastern-ish world music, this one. Oh, was that the last one? Yeah, I suppose that was a little bit different. This is usually like the synthwave one here that's playing right now. It's got a nice variety, I guess, of different pieces. Yeah, so the fact that it blends right into the track. Again, we'll go to our items list so we can not have to click all over the place to try and find it. All right, so let's do sea light. So we got several of these in here now. We just gotta click on the one that lights up. Much easier to do it this way than it is to try to click all over the place in here, and risk the fact that you might move something around trying to find what your little item here. All right, so there it is. I'm gonna bring it up on the height. Let's do 10 initially. Adjust it from there. All right, so we want to put it probably. I guess we got it right about there, right about on this post right there. That'll work. Right across on that post. Bring it in. And we definitely need to bring it all in the height, that's for sure. Way too high. Yeah, so the fact that we're flatter on this part here, as opposed to the turns, definitely get a sense of that elevation change, I guess, as far as from one part of the track to the other. If you do, it goes back easy. What was I talking about? I forgot. As far as these placement of the deals. Alright, so we definitely need to bring this down a little more. 6, 7. So right back to about where we started from. So let's try about. Yeah, let's keep it at 7. 7 meters. It's related to. Alright, so again, on the Y, we want to increase this value. That's too much. 9, right? 59.2. 3. Alright, that's pretty close. And we'll need to roll this a little bit. Oh, for moving something? Okay. Alright, let's roll that this way. Alright, asshole. Now we need to use the Y. Whoops, too much. Not bad. Now we're going to roll this a little bit. Oh, too much. Playing teeter-totter with this thing here. You rascal, you. That's pretty decent like that. Trying to get it, you know, an equal distribution of that plane into that fence post. All we're trying to accomplish here. Alright, so how does this look here? Not the bod. Good deal. Alright, so now we'll put one in the entrance of 3. Right about where this PJ1 starts. Okay. These we can probably be rest assured. I think the only other one that might be not quite so much in place would be that one I put right about here. I didn't mean to put that one here, as I said, as far as I meant to put one. Lead segment, turn 1, apex, exit, backstretch, entrance here, apex, and then again, just to get those. Those are pretty, you know, consistent, I guess, as far as routes are all tracks where they'll at least put track condition lights there in those positions. So let's see. I'm gonna put this next one here, probably between these two posts right there. Those you can guarantee, because as far as they'll have them in those positions at least anyway. Almost all the time. And they might, you know, add additional ones, I guess, as far as in between those two, just to give as much notice, I guess, to drivers would be like, you know, what condition the track is in. In this case here at Texas, they picked as far as when there's a caution, as far as the lights are concerned. They don't have a green light. We've made that determination. Some tracks just respond that way, I suppose. Alright, so there's my backup. Here's my C light use. Yeah, so we'll put it, I think we'll put it on this one right here. Bring up the height. That one might have to be a little bit higher. Getting back into the banking. Yeah, so right about this post right there, yeah. Let's bring that height down just a tad. Right about there. Cool. Now, gotta look at our orientation here. So our X gonna be this way, so it's still relatively on the Y. Yep. Let's do 58.5. 6. Okay, that's not too bad. Reorient this. Let's try to roll it a little bit. Not bad. Okay, let's do 14. Alright, let's in here. Not bad. Let's go on the X here. Let's increase that bit. Alright, we need to rotate that a little more. Oops. Not a lot. Let's try about 2 degrees. Okay. Whoa, 2. 8. Let's see. Roll. That's pretty good right there. Trying to get it, like I said, a little bit of even distribution of that, you know, clipping of that fence post into that added bit. That'll work. Cool. Noise. Let's go to the apex for this turn. So right about where the tunnel's at. Should be here. So right across this way. Right about, so we got either one of these posts right now. Lady that's still hanging out there. She's trying to get that slots again. Alright, let's zoom out a little bit. We want to put one roughly about where this tunnel is. Apex of the turn. Ooh, you can kind of see it right now. So the fact that that PG1 there, the outline for the actual object kind of blends in with the PG1. It's a little bit easier to select it in that fashion as opposed to going through the items list. So we can put it on either one of these two posts here. I think we'll go with this post right now. Line it up initially that way. Probably have to rotate it. Torch going ham on the slots. Oh, you scolded and got nothing. Naughty, naughty bot. Alright, we definitely need to come up. Okay, so we had it at 14.4, 14.4, I think, on the other end. This should be a little bit higher. So the banking is a little bit higher on this end of the track. So I'm guessing probably around 16. See how close I am. So let's set it to 16. Boom, maybe a little too high, so let's try 15. Alright. So we are definitely higher on this side, it looks like. As it should be. That's the banking's definitely higher on this side than it is the other end. Alright, so which, going with this post, they are. Cool. I think we need to rotate it a little bit. Okay. Cool, now we need to bring it in. So, Y, X, it should. Right? No. Nope. This is going to be X, that's going to be Y. So, forward and backwards are going to be Y, just like on the other end. X will be left and right. Okay, so we got to increase the X. Probably going to have to go 470. Too much, alright. 469. 469 and a half. Alright, we're closer. So 15 point, let's try 15.4. Yep, so we're about a meter higher on this side, roughly, in comparison to the other apex. About a meter higher, which is about 3 feet. About 3 feet higher on one end to the other. As far as the positioning of the light, at least anyway. Okay, we need to roll it. Wrong way. Okay, a little too much on the X. Let's decrease that a little bit. 2.6. Yeah, I don't think that height will be too bad. Let's see here, 3. There we go. 2, 5. 0. 5. 5. Okay. And then just the X. Oops. 8. 5. Oh, we're so close. So close. Let's see here. 2. Alright, now we need to rotate that just a little bit. Whoops, my bad. Eight. Alright, now we need to go on the Y. This one's going to be stubborn a little bit. The ones on the turns are definitely going to be... It's got several different angles. You got roll, pitch, yaw. I mean, you got everything going on, I guess, as far as with this one. Okay. Not too bad. I got 90 degrees. Let's try 1. Oh, this one's a banger. As they say, let's go the other way. 89. Yeah. Man, it's so close. It goes from there to there. I guess we'll do it that way. That should be good. Yep, I think that'll work. See how that looks. So do we need to come down? Let's see. Let's come down just a skosh on the height. Maybe about right there. How did we do on the clip there? Oh, she changed that because we brought it down a little bit. Okay. Very good. All right. Let's up there. We're gonna go. good there. Yes, so those minor movements there just made a big difference on where this is placed now. Six, 8, right about there. That should be about right. Cool. Now we'll put one more, just as far as on the exit of 4, and we'll call that good for at least for now. And then we got going all the way back to the front stretch where we got the one by the starter stand. So we'll put one right about that spot. Should be pretty good. So right there. Do that. Sea light. This will be the last one we'll place. Alright, so it's gonna blend back into the asphalt there. Instead of trying to find it, I think I can see it right there. Okay, cool. If it doesn't work out that way, it definitely always use the approach of taking the find it by the items list. Save yourself a hassle. Alright, where's this light at? Should be right there, so we gotta bring up the height. Right, 7, 8.5. What's that funky one? Alright, let's see what we got here. So we definitely need to rotate this bad boy. Sure. Okay. Now we should be back to X this way, Y that way. We definitely need to bring this way up. 183, 5, 94. That might be a little too much. Yep. It's a little too much. Let's do 193. Well, it's already clipping into it, so we gotta roll it. Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on. I'm not even on the darn pole. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I definitely need to come up on the height, too. A little too low. Let's try 9? Too high. 8.7. Yeah, I like that one. It's good. Not too high, not too low. Alright, so bringing it in on 193. 5. Nope, too much. 2. Roll it. Okay. Oh, I hate when it's stubborn like this. Alright, right about there. Now we can bring it in on the Y. Too much. Now we can bring it this way. X. Okay. Ping pong again. So we need to decrease that. Oh, no, I guess we need to go to 7.5. Okay. That out. Oh, that's so close. All right, so let's do. Okay. And 6. So from 5.9, 6. That's there. That's interesting. All right, we'll try that. Oops. Yeah. So, all right, let's see how that looks. Marvelous. All right, so that's coming out of exit 4, exit of 4, and then going all the way back up to the front stretch. Now I could definitely put one around in this area. I'm gonna leave that up. Once we find out, I guess as far as in reality, I guess as far as where most of those are located. Okay, I'm gonna adjust this one a little bit. I don't have as much clip as the other ones I did. We'll put a little bit more clip, I guess, into that. All right, let's go to our items list while we're focused on this, and we'll just find it in our list. It's the only thing I don't like about that. Always got to go back to the geometry view to do that. That's not it. Oh. Alright, here, let's do it this way. Let's go over here by that light. And wait to see to get that. I'm going to get that lit up. That'll be one of them. Probably the first one. There it is. Alright, so we need to change the Y on that. Increase that. That's probably what we want right there. Want a little bit more clip into that. That'll work. Lanes. Now what we can do is we can save this PTF right over that other one that I saved as far as with the C light. We'll go back into geometry view, file, save as, and we're going to overwrite that C light one here. You could feel free, I guess, as far as to do like add C light B, you know, just to have a separate one there. I think we'll be pretty safe on this one. It's not a lot of editing that you did there as far as especially geometry. It was just adding objects there. When we only spent, I don't know, how much time on that? Maybe about an hour? That's probably pretty safe. If it's definitely been over an hour that you've been doing these types of things, because I know I've kind of chit-chatted against a little bit here too, it might behoove you to want to save it as a new PTF just so it doesn't break that PTF. Just depending on what you're doing, this is all. I'm going to go ahead and just overwrite this one. If it breaks on my end, that's my own fault, and I'll just have to redo everything I just did. But I'm pretty confident just in that being okay. Alright, so we got that resaved. Now what we'll do is do a new. Now what I want to do is actually swap out our jig model of that back with our final object. What that'll do is it'll remove that little plate that's on the end of the post for that. We only needed that, I guess, as far as for placement of it, so I'll just back this one up. So on this one here, I'm just going to put jig on it. Just to name it something different, so it doesn't read it on the PTF. And then I'll take this one, it's just for now, and then we'll go name this back to what it needs to be. So this is what is applied, the name of the object, the same orientation as our jig on our PTF. Now I'll go ahead and rename this as backup. I know what this one is. I just named it that initially there, so because we already had the other one named as backup, so that would have stepped on it. It would have probably named it backup C Light 2 or whatever. I didn't want it that way, so more than one way to skin a cat when it comes to that. So now when we reload the track with our C light in place, it won't have that plate on the end of the post. So we're going to reopen this C light now with that swapped out, and we want to do this one. flares. Now, if we look at our sea lights, we don't have that plate on there. That'll be evident on all of them that we place. But see, it made it much easier to be able to line up those posts with that, you know, to eliminate any potential gaps in between the geometric fence and the actual posts on the light fixture itself. Less stressful on the eyes. Yeah, probably brought this one down just a tad, but not too bad. We'll leave the light there for now. So now at least we got some caution lights in here. Already cool. I think the one other thing I would like to do. What are we doing for time? We're doing pretty good on time. Nice. I want to go over as far as adding the pit entrance and exit lights. So we do have some from other track builds, for example. I also feel like I've got from our Texas build, our Texas 15 build. Those will be sufficient as well. So we can kind of look at that real quick. Let's see. So we're all good to go so far, I guess, as far as the placement of our initial lights there. Ooh, that's almost a jackpot. Just happened to look over there. Wow, that was close. Oh, wait a minute. Did I miss... Did we have a friend come in here? 5 followers? No, I don't think so. Don't think so. Hold on. Take care of that. Yep, we don't... Okay, I guess it already got deleted. Alright, no problem. You guys didn't see that then, that's good. Oh, I guess they put a link in there, that's why. Yep, that'll give you a permaban. Try that. We don't allow, you gotta be permitted, I guess, to do that. So, okay. We all Gucci. We are Gucci. Okay. Let's bring this back over to what I was doing here. Okay. So our track is good. We did that. We want to go to... I'm going to go to the Texas 15 build. I got that in here as well. And I'm going to acquire all the files needed for the pit lights. The ones that we use for the 15 build, it has the official that goes along with it. So I want to make sure I got all the files that I need to accommodate those. So it should be pit flaggers. It's in the P's. Where's the P's? Cool. Sign. Series flagger. Come on now, where are you at? Why are you being difficult? Stop go. That's what I was looking for, right? These guys. Flagger pit 0. Flagger stop go. Right. So if we load this up here initially, we can kind of get a general idea of what this looks like. So it might look kind of, yeah, it's gonna look kind of funky because it's got animations in it, right? But it does have the light with the official. That's basically I wanted to make. So what I want to make absolute sure we get all the files we need for that particular object. And how do we do that? Open this up with Notepad. Find out that way. So we do a search for MIP. So we need our Wayland entry light MIP. Wayland light MIP. Series flagger. So the series flagger is already in there. We got our flag green, which should already be in there. Inner flash. Flag red. Okay. I'm going to leave this open here for a second, so I'm going to refer to that again. We need this. Okay. Stop, go. I'm going to actually just focus on this one here for now. Alright, so Wayland. That's for the actual fixture itself. Wayland. Oh, we got those PEC lights too. I forgot about that. Entry. Wayland light. Wayland entry. And we need flag green. that should already be in there as far as based on. Yeah. Copy that over. Just do these one at a time. Actually, I think what I'm going to do, I got a better idea. I'm going to create a separate folder, just for now. Put all these pieces in here. Let's do a new folder, doesn't even matter what's named. I'm just going to dump these all in here for now. Just so we can get all the pieces that we need for these lights. Okay, so that's for that. We're going to come back to that here in just a moment. So we're going to go 7, 9. Now for the pit stop go guy. Turn that one up. Separate notepad. Find that. Look for MIP. Whalen exit. That's easy. Flag green. Inner flash, that's the other piece that I'm missing. Inner flash. Flag red. Okay. So I missed inner flash. That was on the other one as well. So there are some textures that are used on both for both items. We got that one. We need Whalen exit, which is right here. Inner flash. Series flagger's already in there. Where's inner flash? Alphabetic. There's inner flash. Copy that. Into that folder. Okay. And I think the only thing I'm missing is the flags, red and green. Now, as I said, by default, those items should already be a part of the track, so they shouldn't need to be physically in the track, I guess, if that makes sense. Let's just verify that we did not have those in the 15 builder. So we got, let's see here. Flag yellow. The only thing we got is the yellow thing. I think the flag yellow we need for the PEC lights, if I do remember right. I'll copy that over. That's going to be another piece that we need. Let's do a copy. I'm going by memory. Alright, so it's in our folder here. And then the PEC lights. Here. This one, what does this one need? Insert find it. Oh, we're already into ads. Gotta love it. There's the flag yellow. Inner flash. Oh, come on, ads. What up? Oh, how did we get back off of this? Hold on. I'll go back to TechnoX here. Wow, we went through all this whole list there. Okay, cool. Hold on a minute. We'll find this one. Let's go back to this one here. That's not what I wanted. No, get out of there. There we go. That should work. Okay, inner flash we already got. And that should be it. So we only have, wait, let me go back up to the top and see what just the yellow and the inner flash. Okay, cool. So now the only thing we should be missing from our dump folder here is the series flagger. So what I want to do is just take this out of our Texas build here just to kind of humor this. Series flagger, where is that? Just want to make a confirmation here. Series flagger right now. So we'll do a copy of that. There we go. And then now we should be able to open these individual items without any problem. Use 3D SimEd. Okay, that one loads. Okay. Stop and go. You shouldn't see anything that's pink. I guess that's the main thing. Cool. That's our exit light. And oops, I forgot to bring in the whoops, my bad. I brought the yellow in, I forgot to bring the PEC lights, my bad. Copy that over. This bad boy. Oh, we need both of these actually, hold on. This one and this one. There we go. Got all these little bits going on here, so we need PEC lights. These are the smaller lights. There's two sets of lights basically on it. There's the one set, and then this is a separate set. Yep, so all those load up, cool. And so one is for the exit light, and one's for, actually I think both, yeah, one's for exit light and one's for entry light. This one here is for the exit, pit exit light. Yep, so those load in there. Cool. Alright, so we should have all the pieces we need. Yep. So with exception of the series flagger, when I copy this all back over to our track edit folder, the only thing that's going to be not evident, or already evident, is the series flagger. Alright, so let's go ahead, select all, copy this, and put those into our track folder. Yep, so that's the only one that should be already evident, so I copied that over just to verify. Everything else is new. Okay, so now when I make these placements here, I'm definitely going to save a new PTF. That's probably another fair mention. So, even while we're in our current session here, with it already reloaded here, to verify our swap out of our caution light, now we can start placement of the pit entry and exit light. Okay. So, now I don't know 100% where they've got these replaced, where they got these placed in reality, but what would make sense to me is you want to put your entry light before this actual line here. So in any case, anywhere, probably anywhere between the Sunoco sign and the actual line here. So somewhere in this area, for example. We'll go into object placement view. Alright, and then we want to look for, in this case, it's going to be the pit flagger. Gonna be in the P. Where did you go? Flagger, I'm sorry, it's flagger. Gonna be in the F's, my bad. F. Flagger. They do this to me. What's the name of that darn thing? Got the name of it. New folder. Flagger. Hit 0, yeah. Why you no show up in there? Hold on. Try that again. Oh, you know what? Duh. I was going through the... Jesus. I gotta add it, dummy, so I gotta do the add tracks at these. Such a dummy. My bad. It's not in the PTF yet, so I gotta go this way. So it is flagger. My goodness. So stop go is our exit, and pit 0 is our entry. There it is. Once again, it's hard to click on it, so what I'll do is just go like this. Go items list. It's already in the track, so we'll go flagger. Right there, cool. Now, you can see it's a very small deal, I guess, as far as like that there. So once we highlight it that way, now we can kind of manipulate it. So we need to fix it like this. Now we can kind of put it in the position this way. Probably have to change the height on it too. So we should be, where are we at? Right over here, so we gotta definitely change the height on that. Okay. Now it might behoove us to put us on the other side. And again, I don't know how they have this. Again, it will come down to watching footage or get some still pics, see where they've got that oriented. But for our sakes here, it would make sense to put it on this side of the fence, so it's not clipping through that. So we need to increase the height. Let's try 5. Oh, that's way too much. 2. And there's our official, actually, there are 2 tied to that model. 2.5. So what we want to pay most attention to is the flagger. You don't want his feet buried in the ground. 6, 7, probably about right there. Let's see what we got here. Let's see how high it's floating. Maybe a little bit higher. I don't want his shoes buried in the ground. Maybe a little like that. Cool. Yep, so just to kind of give more clarity to this thing here, you could probably see it pretty decently right behind the fence, but keep in mind this flagger actually animates too, so there will be a flag, and we already got it clipping through the fence there. So to me, it might make more sense to put it, you don't really have an opening in the fence here. Yeah, it's really going to come down to get more clarity as far as where this light is situated, to see some footage. We definitely want to have it before this line though. You don't want it afterwards. That's going to give a heads up, I guess, as far as to drivers coming around to exit 4. Yep, pits are open and they can go in. That's kind of what the purpose of that light is for. Alright, so I think for now what I will do is just place this like this. I'll put it on this side of the wall, and we'll rotate it. So we'll keep it on this side of the wall. So just eliminate any clipping. Let's do like that. Something like that. So you'll still be able to see that coming into the pits. So as well as the flagger, as well as the light. Now there are those PC lights, as far as that separate set of lights, I guess, that go on this one here. So one is for the actual caution lights. One shows the status of this pits, whether it's open or closed. My bad. So already off the bat, as far as when you're coming out of turn 4, you'll see this caution light, and also that light too, as far as coming up into pit entrance. Okay. Now we can take the PEC lights or the entry light. Let's do that. That should be as a PEC. I forgot the name of that one. Hold on a second. That was Wayland. PEC, okay. It's going to be in the WS. WS going to be way down here. We need it for the entry light, which is this one. And we can see it right now. Now, generally, you can put the same orientation on these as this object. Generally. Okay, so whatever coordinates we got on this, I'm going to do this. This is my little trick. I've shown this many times before. I like to use my snipping tool. That way I don't have to go back and forth between the two objects. I'll keep this snipped up like that. I can close all these now too. We've got all of our textures for... What? Close them all, okay. So I'm already be able to refer to this, so I'll only be able to stay in this and just refer to that snippet. I can put these same coordinates to that object. Alright, let's put this on fixed. Now I can't obviously copy the values from the snippet, but I can still see the values at least anyway. 272. 6. 1742. 2.740. We got 94 degrees of rotation on the yaw. Now, if we want to see this actually working, we can test this because that's a caution light. It's got a caution light state to it, so you can kind of see the bounding box as far as where they're located, right? If we want to see these actually, what it would look like when they're on, as far as at least in the one frame, we can enable the, let's do that. Go into geometry view, and then we can set the state variable to caution light, CA. And then we want to set it to a 2. That's going to be on as far as caution. Now that should be lit up. Now we can see where the placement of that is. So that is what the one state of that will go. So it's like you can adjust this a little bit. You see how that's kind of clipping a little bit. So if you want to adjust the rotation a little bit, generally that's why I said the same coordinates as the main piece with the official and the light fixture itself. Yep, so that's how that'll look. Alright, so that's that light. Now we'll go to the exit light. Hello again, welcome back, Yeso. Alright, now we're going to put our exit light in. So the exit light, generally you want to put this, it tends to vary at certain tracks. Sometimes they put it before the actual line where they're clear, and sometimes they put it after. To me, it tends to make more sense if you put it closer to where they're actually clear. That way they can tell not only the caution state, but also as far as if it's open or closed. It's going to help them, the driver determine, it's like, oh crap, it wasn't clear type of thing, based on a certain state of the track. So to me, it makes more sense to put it right on here. We'll find more clarity, I guess, as far as where it is in actuality. For now, I'm just going to put it where I feel it seems logical. If that makes sense. So you can see our other caution lights, since I put it in that caution light state, these lights are actually lit up too. Just the one frame, at least anyway. These tend to alternate between the two lights at a certain rate. Okay, so we're going to put our exit light right about on this line. Alright, so let's go to the other end of pit road. Put it right about now. So we'll go, we got to get into object placement. And that should be flagger stop go. Which is right here. Once again, can't really see it, so we're going to go ahead. We know it's in the track. Go to our items list. Flagger. Stop go. Right down. There it should be. Now we're going to need to bring it up. Now, I can't remember what we did, like 2.740. I think on the other one. That should be pretty close. About the same. There it is. Looks like we need to come up a little bit more though. This one I don't think has an official on it. This one's just the light itself. The only one that has the officials on the pit entry. At least this particular version. Alright, yeah, I think we need to come up a little bit higher on that. Let's try. Actually, it might need to come up like 3. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit higher in this end. Right about there. Rotate it. One. Line that up. This one I might try and bury it kind of like right in the, what would be the concrete wall. It kind of extends over. So in this case here, this light is not going to clip as far as the cars coming out there. They won't get too close to that. They'll kind of veer off this way here because of where the wall is here. But that won't be an issue. Not that it has collision in it, but just they, you know, as they come out of pit road, they won't have any reason to be able to clip into that, but they'll still be able to see it. Probably need to bring that up just a little bit more too. Alright, let's raise that up. 25. That looks a little better. Now we'll just get it on the wall. Or no, the concrete wall, I'm sorry. So we can kind of see where that ends right here. We can use it as a guide to get it onto the concrete wall like so. Like that. And kind of line it up right with this yellow line somewhat. We need to go in a little bit more. One more. Okay. Something like that. So that way it's kind of right in that cement wall. There we go. So that will initially show, I guess, as far as pits open or closed. Now I have to add the caution lights, I guess, as far as I go across the bottom of the. So there's two sets of lights. So there'll be one for red light, green light, I guess, as far as pits open or closed, and then these caution lights that'll kind of alternate when it is a caution flag. We'll need to add that. Do that, which that's that PC or P's Wayland, my bad. Wayland PC exit. That's the one we need to apply there. Same concept as the entry light. You can generally put this in the same coordinate as the main light structure. So we'll close this one out. That was for our entry light. Now I'll get the coordinates for our exit light and snip that. Snipping tool is your friend. That's what comes to that. So keep that snipped. Now we can go to this object and apply all of these items here. So we need to fix that. 2 minus 248, 523. Okay, and we got 177, 121. Okay, and then we got 4.5 on Z for height, and minus 90 degrees on the rotation. Cool. Now we can see where those are initially placed. And with that caution state still on, we can see that they're already lit up. And we can look at the placement of those. So that they basically alternate between these sets of lights here. So it goes from this set to the other two. Back and forth, they kind of alternate. And we'll be able to see that in the sim, I guess. That's if we go to invoke a caution flag, for example. We have to turn cautions on. We have to remember that too. I've been running lately, I guess, as far as cautions off. Yeah, now we got both our lights and we got all of our caution lights on the outer walls applied. Now we'll go ahead and save this as a new PTF. Since we did apply new items that are the pit entrance and exit, and I'll save that as appropriate so we know what we did in this particular PTF session. Save as. So this one will do add pit lights. Oops. Hopefully you spell it right. L-I-G-H-T-S. Add pit lights. And I haven't been adding, I guess, as far as the fact that whether it's what I did or what Torch did. So I think I'll add that too. I'll just put my signature on it so I know which ones I did as opposed to which ones Torch did. Just for clarity between the two. That way, if I want to send this to Torch, you'll be able to use, I guess, as far as what I've done. Great. And then build on that. Okay, so that's a new PTF. And just to confirm, it did save that PTF. I'm going to rename this folder just so I know what I need to send to him if related to that PTF. Alright. So I'll rename this to update update 12.11. There we go. So that way I know that's what that's related to. I'm going to cut that, paste that in here. That way I'll know what to send him based on that PTF save of mine. That's also in yeah. Cool. I'll be able to line those two up there. Now I don't need this anymore. And in fact, I need to close some of these folders up now. I think we've shown pretty much everything that's been updated. Yep. Lots of stuff. So like I said, as far as the LPs, the race LP and that, we'll be able to test it out here in not too long, as far as that goes. And also the path files for the blimp, and I think it was the helicopter. Was it just the blimp? Yeah, the helipath. So there's a helicopter that is stationed over in this area. Let's see if that is there. Yeah, so there's this thing takes off. We'll be able to observe that. Okay. Alrighty then. We are good to go. Let's see. What's that one on? Don't need this one anymore. I do need to bring over those 3 files from this folder. I said that was the I'll have to use my PTF that I just saved, as far as with all the caution lights and such. This softwall inner and this shoot, what was the other one again? Oh nuts, I forgot what it was now. There was 3 files: the PTF, the softwall inner, and the O'Reilly, the immediate 3. That would be this one right here. Yep. Those are the 3 things I need to bring over. Okay. Almost forgot. I know they're all in the same folders. I just had to remember. So with exception to the PTF, it'll be my PTF that is saved, not this one. The softwall inner and this track mat item. So let me do that here real quick. Let me switch screens here. And we'll get those things brought over appropriately. Oh, not. Okay. Yeah, we got that one. So things set up here so we can see what all I'm moving over here. All that busy work, you know. Okay. Switch screens here. So we got there we go. So now we can see what's going on here. Let's turn that off. I don't need that anymore. Torch says we'll be right back. Okay, cool. Just moving some things over, just that busy work. Like I said, it's not missing too much. So let's move some files over. Well, in this folder, we need to move this track mat item. That was that O'Reilly texture. That was miscued. We didn't have the right one, so we can copy that one over to our track mat folder, our game track directory. Alright, so get that over. Yes, I want to replace that. Then we need... Also in here we need a softwall inner. So we did that. We changed that from that map of 3 to 2. And we explained, I guess, as far as why that was necessary earlier. Bring that one over. So everything else I already had over here as far as the updates went, right? This should only be the only things I need to add. I might go ahead and make sure that I've got everything from... Yeah. Let's do this first for a second. Yes, we need to replace that. Yes, we do. Alright. I think I've got all these. Just to make sure, I'm going to go ahead and just recopy all this. I don't remember if I brought all this over or not. But I don't need that PTF. That's the only thing I don't need, because I got to use the PTF and then bring also the stuff I just added. So anything that you add, you got to make sure all the related files to that save PTF go along with it. Not everything PTF related, but just the most current. So in this case, with the caution light, that was already in there. I'd already previously applied it. So it was part of the PTF, so I don't need to bring that caution light fixture and texture over. It's already in there, or in the track. But definitely the pit light deals. I need to bring all that stuff over, because that is not in our track just yet. So it's only just the files that you initially saved brand new to the PTF that's current, right? That's the only files that need to come over. So just to ensure I don't 100% remember if I replace these or not, I'm going to go ahead and select everything but this PTF. I already brought over that softball inner. That's okay though. It'll be alright. We'll just bring it over once again. Just don't need that piece. These are all updated. I just want to ensure that I do have them in here is all. This is going to make sure that I am sure. All these should replace. Yes. Cool. Now I need to get my PTF that I just saved up, which is going to be that's going to be in the track edit folder right here. That one I named here. Make sure I got the PTF and not the SBX. SBX isn't going to do us any good. Copy that over. Do our game track directory. I'll have to rename that, but I'll get that to that in a second. Then I need to bring all that pit light business over. So that's going to be this one new folder that I created right here. So I got to bring all this stuff over. This is not in our track folder yet, with the exception to the series flagger. That one already is, but that one was already previous in there. The other object that was already using that as far as the series flagger was the flagger official, as far as the flag stand. So that's the same texture using also on the pit light, mainly the entry light, as far as I had the official tag to that as well. So again, it comes down to, you have the option of being able to use the same texture more than once for other objects. Definitely want to do. Copy all this business over to our track edit directory. So the only thing it should tell me, I guess, as far as that's going to be replaced, which technically it's not, it's just putting it back in there. It's just recognizing that it's already in there, is the series flagger. Everything else is going to be brand new. That's exactly what it tells me. Okay, so all these items here are brand new. To include, I already clicked off of it. Everything else was brand new, as opposed to that series flagger. Now we should have all the files we need. The only other thing we need to do is that PTF that I brought over. We got to rename it. So we need. I'm going to back up. I'm going to back up the previous PTF that we already knew worked. That we can use the newest PTF that I just saved. And we're finding the darn thing. Right here. So we're going to back this one up. Yeah, it's gonna tell me I already got one in there, and that's fine. Make a second. Alright, now we gotta find the one that we just saved that was adding pit lights and rename that. Right now. Yep. So we'll go ahead and copy the name of the track folder itself. Rename this PTF. That way it will read into the simulation properly. So at this point we'll have everything related to that PTF that I just renamed in our track folder. And if we don't, obviously we'll get that dreaded could not load track. Just means we have to determine what did we miss as far as for that not to load properly. Okay. In good shape now. I think what I'll do, just to kind of stretch the legs, it's kind of been a long stretch here. I think what I'll do is I'll give everybody a chance to get to kind of I need to take a little bit of a stretch break myself here. I'm going to take a little bit of intermission. We'll come back and then we'll be able to load the track up, at least attempt to, and we'll go from there. So I'll put on the intro fighters. Feel free, I guess, as far as to spam whatever you like in the chat to animate your fellas, I guess, as far as the intro fighters on the screen, and to have a little fun with it. Be right back, though. Alright, folks, back, a little bit of an intermission there. Cool, so we got everything moved over. Ow. Oh. I was just thinking about, I gotta get wheel situated over here too. Alright, so everything's moved over here, so I might take a A little bit more, I guess, first I can get this wheel over. Give me one more second. Ah, I think we're in good shape now. Now, let's get down to the nitty gritty here. See if we can load this thing up. This is always, got the, for anybody that is following the channel, is watching, you got the cross finger emote there. Feel free to use that. Okay. Load up the profiler. Copy it over. Alright. Alright. Need to get some cross fingers out there. There we go. That's better. Question is, will it wear on? Did you miss anything? Testing session. Using the Splash and Go 2020 I guess as far as unofficially, I guess as far as like that there. Alright. Continue. And loads. Nice. That's always a good sign. So let's go to drive. Make sure that. Let's take some initial runs around here just to kind of see what kind of frames we get, I guess, in testing mode here. Let's now let me also do this here. Let's whoops. Let's turn background music off. Hey, first slots of the night. So we got Lady Death had that one, I guess, earlier part of stream, and Torch finally got himself one. That is the low end jackpot there. Low end, I mean a jackpot is a jackpot, but 200 units of fluid, I guess, for all the efforts there. Alright, let's take some laps around this bad boy, I guess, as far as in testing mode. See what we got here. So there is our pit exit light that we've placed in there. That's good. First indication we've got the right track, as well as all of our hits there. Take initial run around here just as far as in testing mode. Got to redo the chopper paths. I mean the one that's parked there is in the infield. I do have the now I did bring those over. Just all those files over, I think. As far as the PTH. That I already had over there, so that should be. But you got to redo them, you say? Alright, so here's pit entrance. We got that light with the official there. Alright. So what I'm seeing initially, something's wrong there. It's showing. Really? Nope. I think. Yeah, green light condition, I guess, for the light, but the light looks kind of funky. What's up with that? Looks like it doesn't have. I have to look at that. Kind of looks kind of flat. Where is it? All right. How did the exit light? That one didn't have any lights going on with that. Let's see. Might have screwed that up a little, possibly. We got the trees there in the field. We get a sense of how those look. Not this time, guys. Practice. Yeah, so this one's good. Yeah, so I don't know why it's showing the green. That one it shouldn't be. At least not in this session. Yeah, that's a little slippery in that grass. Go back this way. Oh yeah, the fact that it's got that green, shouldn't be doing that. Back. Get through here? No. It's got that. Well, it looks like you can, but you can't. So the official and that light is showing. I don't think that. So it's something a little bit up there with the pin entry. I goofed that one up. It is in here though. So we got our track condition lights that we put. Here's the one in turn 4. All the way around and check those out. So one in turn 4. Should have one right at the start finish line. Good. We should have one. Yep, turn 1 there. That might be a little high. One in the apex. Exit of 2. There. Middle of the back stretch. And entrance 3. Definitely be able to see them. Should be able to see them once they're on. In fact, if they're not on, that's a good thing as far as when you're racing. You don't want to see that one on usually. You want to be able to race and not be under caution. So the one on a 4. Of course, the pit light there. So yeah, I think the pit entry light might have a little something. Oh, there's the. Oh yeah, he is kind of goofed up, isn't he? Look at that guy. What's he doing? He's flying sideways. What's up? Yeah, he's obviously a. Well, he's hurting. No, he's trying to. So it does have that orientation, I guess, for the landing and all that stuff, but that's funny. I saw him flipped upside down there for a second. No, you missed a couple stars? Oh yeah, we've got lots. Even in this, you know, for this stream here, there's quite a bit added. So yeah, so you might have missed, I guess, as far as I mentioned. Did he land? That's the, should have landed. Where'd he go? Should have landed right there. I don't know where he went. Anyway, let's get into this view. So one of the things that has been added since the last couple streams is the badging to certain sections of the foam. So find one. So we do have some right there, as well as on the medallions. Round arches, I guess, that protrude steel wall. Some right here at after the start finish line.
4.
Yeah.
Minute 4.
4 minutes.
3.
It's crazy.
5.
Yeah,
5.
this is all testing, so it doesn't. So there's that light that there gets as far as did that one kind of accidentally. Well, there's some more badging on the phone. Just trying to get close enough here so you can actually see the detail, I guess, as far as that right in here, this area. On the phone. So, I guess I kind of noticed some of the medallions do have badging on it as far as the outer edge of it, and some of them don't. And that's all strategically placed, I guess, as far as depending on where they put actual camera angles, I guess, as far as around the track. Part of the reason they put that. So there's some here in the back stretch. Here. So we put another light there. I already showed that. And we got some here in turn 3. And I do remember this one here. They've always had that turn 3 here, even going back as far as our 2015 build. Had those in there too, and actually had screen camera angle as far as to picked right here, as far as coming off that wall, as far as the fencing, as far as to show off that advertising that they have on the foam. In this case, now on the medallion. So we'll have to adjust that camera. Alright, got the safety vehicles there. So yeah, the only thing I see a problem with here is what I placed there, I guess, as far as with this entry light. Kind of funky with it. Having some issues. So I don't even think the official's supposed to be there, let alone that green light. Something is skewed up, I think. We'll test this in race mode just to kind of see what's going on there too. Make sure. It might be just in testing. I think that's an older model. Hit entry and exit lights. So, but lots of new library gets in here too. We don't show. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Wrong opening. Track will definitely let you know, I guess, as far as where you can enter, where you can't. This one's bad. Can get access. So yeah, I've got that little bit of wind, as I was showing, that I've been mentioning, as far as you can get flags waving. And that's the only way it'll show the flag in its proper orientation and not be flipped backwards. So there's the trees. Get a little bit closer look at the poly trees. Got the garage area. You can actually interact with these. Got an interior to it. No collision, but have threat, in fact, just about all these objects you drive through.
3 minutes 17.0.
These trees, as you get a little bit closer, look at these trees. So in this mode, whoops, that's kind of by design. Don't have any haulers in here in this mode as far as in testing, but once you get into race mode, it's a lot more stuff, building stuff that has been added. So that's a little bit of a run, I guess, around here in testing mode. So you can see there's no people in stands. Yep. As far as all your static items that like Sunoco, the Goodyear garage, the Air Center, so on and so forth. The fact that the plane actually rides, I think that's just a default. Oh, it's just a virus. I think that's going to be regardless, but you're in testing mode. Alright, so let's go into race mode out of this one. Let's do a little bit. I'm gonna check the camera angles. So, like, I'm gonna go back to that's 2 jackpots. I want to roll this back just a little bit. Got slack in there a little bit there, toward. Oh, man. Where should I go? I want to get to that point where I okay. Pull some of that off. Yeah, that light I don't think should be on that entry light. Not in testing, at least. We'll check it out in testing though. For race mode. Alright, I think this is where I want to check camera angles on this. This is all TV1. I think TV2's got some pretty good shots. Some of these will probably get adjusted though. Yep, there's one speed shot. That's way too far out. It's got to go close to the wall. A lot of these camera angles are based on the 2015 build. There's the 1 and 3. That definitely needs to go closer to the wall. A little bit far apron. Yeah, so that's two of the things. We could probably adjust those. I might do that. I might save that for next week. Actually, we'll kind of play around with some of the camera angles to accommodate, I guess, as far as all the stuff like the badging on the foam and such like that. I think that'll be a good, spend a little bit extra time on that next week, I guess, as far as with the camera angles. On top of anything else that might be updated to the track. Yeah, so we get a little bit go off, I guess, as far as the fueling station that's on pit road, or behind pit road. Those little trees actually do make a huge difference. Adds a little bit of something, I guess, to the infield. Yeah, so I'm going to observe, I guess, as far as how that light works during race weekend. You can see the foam. I just want to check out these camera angles, see which ones to do adjusted. This is all spectator view right now. TV2. Got these ambulances actually do light up during caution. That's something else. I'll have to remember to turn cautions on in race weekend. Gas pumps a little large. I don't know. Did they? I didn't make them. Did you? Let me go. Real quick. Yikes. Testing mode we gave. Oh yeah, definitely get a sense of how slippery that grass grip is. That's all grass right there. Let's put the vehicle, I guess, up next to him and see. I mean, maybe from that. That's just a perspective. I think it's just a matter of perspective. Oh, we got that closed up there. I don't think so. So this is not open. Yep, this is all closed in. Probably good. Yep, that's all closed in. Alright. I don't think they're that big. I think it was just a matter of perspective in that camera angle. So you put the vehicle right next to it. That's the scale. Go this way. Remember, we've got that hole that's in the infield there. We just gotta find it. Just can't actually get to them, but there. Yeah, there's a little bit of booby traps, I guess, in here, and that's probably not a bad thing. Gotta add as much to the infield, I guess, as far as you don't want anybody, you know, as far as league race or something like that, to be able to exploit, I guess, as far as any flaws in there, to be able to do like laps in the. I think I've already kind of already shown that too. If you're really talented, you set the car up right, you can probably get there. Now the fact that it has you can get some laps in the infield here, and this would be a lot shorter way around than it is on the actual track. So if you're really good, and there's a lot of drivers that will attempt this, it's sad but true. It used to be very evident as far as when I was making tracks back a few years ago, but they will find a way, I guess, as far as to do. There's not nearly as much grip. It's flat. We'll do it. You don't have any booby traps out here, I guess, as far as to like that. That'll throw them off pretty good. Gives you a little bit more view, I guess, as far as some of the structures that are in here in the infield. And this is just in testing mode. There's many more that do populate. See the fact that these are backwards. Flags. So bad. So bad. Probably a good thing that they're only on the back side, but one of these occasions here, it's going to be a little. That would be a little bit of a process, I guess, to do that. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's on along the same lines of doing animated frames for a video screen. Yeah, it was just a matter of perspective in that, but I figured I'd humor it. So let's go into race mode. Definitely been able to test it out and check it out in testing. So 41 vehicles, 42 to include ourselves. We'll start from the back. And what can I say? Now, I kind of already did test this. Now, keeping in mind, too, that, as I said, there is an updated race LP. So based on what you've seen in previous streams, that checkup that was existing, that's not as evident. But they do run a little bit slower than what I can, let's put it that way. So I tend to run over them quite a bit. So maybe a little bit more tweaking, I guess, as far as with the race LP. Let's see. Let's go right to race. We're going to start from the back. So we can really bench test, I guess, as far as starting from the back. Everything gets loaded in ahead of us. All that good stuff. When your power went out today, I was just about to make new race LP. That sucks. Yep. And you can see the blimp. That kind of blink. That's kind of normal. So you can see the blimp up in the sky. Cool. Wing foot, as they call it. Goodyear wing foot. Alright, so you can see, like I said, right around low 60, 60, you know, middle to lower 60 frames per second. As far as starting way from the back, allowing everything to load in. We'll kind of let them spread out here a little bit. You can see it fluctuates depending on how close I am to the rest of the field. Still pretty decent. You know, see all the campers in the infield as well as on the back stretch and so on. So we got a lot more weight being added to livery wise, I guess, as far as to the track. Definitely adds much more to the track, I guess, as far as just immersion factor. Immersion. You know what? I wasn't even paying attention there, Torch. Yeah. Wasn't even paying attention.
Man, I'll call the green there.
So we take the green flag. So there's that helicopter that's parked.
Alright, man, pace cars in. Get ready.
One thing I did notice with the... Okay, so that... Yeah, that... Okay, so it was flashing red, and that's normal. It does normally... Yeah, see, they still kind of check up a little bit here. I do tend to run over them still. So these are different... This is a different race LP, I guess, than we had. They're not nearly as bad, but it still kind of does. Not so much a checkup. You know, kind of slow up a little bit. Yeah, but we saw that red light come on the pit entry light. So what I want to see here. Save. Okay, so it does show green. I don't know why it's so flat. But we did saw. I did see it initially turn red prior to getting the green flag, and that's normal. Oh, look at that. The helicopter flying. Yeah, that helicopter needs some help.
52.0.
And just help clip in through the grandstands there. Yeah, the helicopter looks like it needs some help. Alright, so starting a little bit further, now they're kind of more out of view. We get about 142 frames. Kind of fluctuates. Just depending on what type of items we're running into, just as far as the different areas of the track. You kind of get a sense of what it's like to be in the thick of the field as opposed to... Oh, shoot.
37.
We gotta go. We're gonna get lapped here. We got to go. Yeah, so you can see wing foot up in there in the area. Sky. This end of the track can go much faster than we can the other end. Oh, pushing so bad.
30.8. 3, 4.
You're kind of lapping. I'm pretty good at getting in about mid to upper 28 myself. That feels pretty good. Oh, look at my Car just bottoming out. I got I got super soft springs.
30.4. 4.
Trying to get rid of all that dirty air under the car, so it's like it uses softer springs to kind of allow it to hug the track a little bit more. But that end, that's so much faster. On this end here, it just bottoms right out. Gotta raise those up just a tad. All the way through that turn, just sparks. Doesn't really lose much speed either, which was kind of the other crazy thing about it.
2, 4, 5.
Alright, so what I want to do... Oh, I forgot to turn cautions on some of them. Whoops, we'll have to run another session here, I guess, as far as caution on. You can see the lights in action, as well as the pit lights. Yeah, that pushes so bad in that corner. That's smarted.
30.2. 5. 1.
Oh man, my tires are freaking toast right now. Look at all the pretty sparks. If I slow up a little bit, it's not quite as sparky. That freaking helicopter is cracking me up.
4. 1.
He's like flipping upside down, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that path file needs to be helped out a little bit, that's for sure. Yeah, see, when you go faster through this corner here, it bottoms out so much more. It's got so much, the air, you know, the aerodynamics of the car is just pushing the car down because they got the softer springs.
30.083.
And slide the tires there a little bit. So I'm looking at my mirror too, I guess, as far as, you know, how much remains in the mirror, as far as what tends to go away and what don't. Visually, visualize.
30.4. 7. 3.
Don't mind my terrible driving as far as the setup I got on here is super stupid. For that, for way to do it, I definitely need to make some tweaks on it. Is that the leader?
Leader coming up.
Yep, sure is. That's just
One
Lowski.
inside. Clear low.
He's like, see you there, you slowpoke.
31.
Yeah, we'll do another session, I guess, as far as with cautions on. And yeah, whether or not I invoke caution manually or just one happens naturally. So the fact that there wasn't no cautions on that initial start, that's a step in the right direction with the race LP. I guess I'll mention that. So it's not a terrible race LP, but it does need some little bit of tweaking. Man, it pushes so bad in that corner.
5 to go. 30.2. 6. 0.
But only you can get a sense, I guess, as far as all the library that's in this thing now. It adds, you can definitely get a closer sense, I guess, as far as, you know, being at the track. Oh, push, man. Talk about a Darlington stripe. I'm not affording it.
0.3. 0.
Getting a Darlington stripe over at Texas. Trying to catch this guy again. Running out of laps though. Oop, watch the apron. Oop, oop, oop. I don't think I'm gonna catch him.
30.5. 4. 9.
Woo, sliding a little bit. Tires are just toast right now. Oh, I need to put stiffer springs, yeah. I guess, like I said, I got really soft springs on it. And I wanted to ensure I get... You know, the thing is, it's a very fine line. Like, if I go up more than a tick, it gets super loose on 3 and 4. Just wants to spin out. And even if I add wedge to it in order to kind of compensate for that, it just makes it stupid. It doesn't rotate around the corner very nice. This is the only way I've been able to get it to really rotate. I don't really lose much speed though, even though it's sparking. That's the crazy thing. All right, last lap.
White flag, 1 to go to the line. 30.770.
Gotta go so much slower on this end. Much as you want to carry the same amount of speed on this, it's just, you can't do it. Checkered. Yep. Check flag. I finished the lap down.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better.
You think?
That's all, man. We'll figure it out. Appreciate
Gotta
everyone
get-
working hard. Keep working. You done a good job. Appreciate you working that hard there, Ian.
I think Goslowski wins. Alright, so just double check on this light. Okay, so it's still green. I don't know why that light looks so
Speed
flat.
45. Your speed to man number 2500 second gear.
Alright. Let's go ahead. We're going to start another session here with some cautions on. Alright. Ooh, 81 extracted. Ouch. That hurts. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of this. We don't have a track windscreen, otherwise we wouldn't get the, yeah, that little flash screen gets as far as on the race and stuff. Very simply, all you have to do is create a TRK win, and you'll get that screen. Pretty simple. We need to turn yellows on. Come on, whoops. Yeah, this is the yellow flags. Double file restarts, as far as now, in actuality, they do double file restarts. The way it works in here, obviously, it's old school as far as like the only one that goes on the only cars that go on the inside as far as the start double file are the ones that are lapped down or damaged. So, yeah, that's, you know, it's a little bit different in this simulation, I guess, as far as the way they do double file restarts in reality. Okay, so we got caution flags on this one. Now we'll try it this way. Again, we'll start from the back. This time, if caution doesn't come out, try to invoke a caution.
Drivers, start your engines.
Wing foot's up in the air. Tires a little warmer. Got a really tall first gear. And that's only so that I don't spin the tires as I come out of the pits, because I don't know, it's just something I've always done. I'd like to make a little bit taller first gear so I don't spin the tires coming out there. Not only spin out in the pits, but just to kind of wear the tires out prematurely. I don't want to do that. You want to be able to spin them just enough, just to kind of warm them up a little bit, but not to spin out and eventually wreck the process of doing that. That's why I tend to use a little bit taller first gear, especially tracks like these. Pretty much anywhere. Taller than you would normally would. Alright, this time we got caution. So whether caution comes out naturally or not, let's see if we can witness, I guess, a caution here so we can see the lights. And I want to see what's going on with the pit lights too. Make sure those caution flashes, I guess, supposed to.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll watch in front of you.
Snokel signs pointed in the right direction.
Alright,
That's
man.
good.
Pace cars in. Get ready.
Ooh, caught myself sleeping. Yeah, see, I do tend to kind of run them over, see, like that. Just on the initial start here. Not really a checkup, but they kind of go a little slow. So I need a little bit of, you know, a little bit more work on the race LP. And I didn't look at the max. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that max race is good to go. They were way closer against the first before, so yeah. I guess I've had my mind kind of glued with the idea as far as the race LP. So yeah, see, they kind of slow up here. Not really a check up, but they go really super slow.
Inside, clear. That's your door. Clear.
All right, we'll give it one more lap. One doesn't come out naturally, we'll just kind of help this guy ahead of us here. Just kind of send it. Bring caution out.
Outside.
Alright, there we go.
33.
We're gonna make some things happen.
Two. Still there. Still up there. Still up there. Yellow's out.
There it is.
Caution's gonna be
All
out.
I wanted to do.
All the way to the line.
Oop.
All the way to the
Here,
line.
keep going. I want to bring the caution out, so now we should be able to see the caution lights going. Yep. Now they kind of stand out a little bit more once they're on. So you get this one in turn 3. The apex of the turn. Exactly. You can see that one pretty good. See how this we're gonna take the caution first, then we'll check out the pit road. There's that one. So all the lights are working the way they should be.
3.
And turn 1.
9.
Cool.
8. Stay behind. 15.
That was an appropriate sound. Clipping is first what it's do there. You know what, I did have to do it intentionally. Try not to wreck myself. Alright, so let's see if we can come into the pits now. So we'll have that very first stall. Pit road. I'll try to do a legit
My main pit
stop.
road will be open in time.
The green is green. See that the caution lights are working? I don't know what is up with the green. It's crazy. I'll have to look at that there. That I think there's a different green flag. I think that's why. Because I was looking at the actual yeah, what files are needed for those. And I think it uses the green flag that the actual yeah. Right, we got to put in the one that's. Oh crap! My bad. Spoiled my. Just that little bit. Shot. Yeah, so the green flag, I think I just gotta fix that. It's got a different one. It's got a transparency to it.
Okay, go. Pit road
Yeah.
speed 45. Need to amend that for 2500 second gear.
Gotta do a good stop here. Don't get no black flag. So that at least the caution lights for that are working. That's good.
1.
Check the one on pit exit here.
7.0.
So it should have a green light as well as the
Main card on the front stretch here.
yellow lights. Yep.
Stay behind.
Same thing on this one here.
Clear to the wall.
I gotta switch up that green flag texture. Is all. It looks kind of flat. Doesn't have that.
Leave one to go right here.
Doesn't have that translucence to it. No big deal. We just got to swap that out.
There you go hard.
Cool. We can catch up with the tail of the field. Oh, pushings. Laggers holding on to the caution flag.
4. 8.
Lights are out.
Slow down, Digger.
Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh
Stay
crap.
behind. 15.
Would have been watching interval. Actually, I need to switch it over to this. That's what I should have did. At my intervals. Oh, that could have been so much worse.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah. But yeah, hit every damn thing out there. They want you to be perfect. Yeah. We know that movie, right? Alright, we'll run this race to its duration there. So it looks like the only thing I need to do is swap out that caution flag. So that caution flag, not the caution flag, but the green flag, those lights, uses the same flag that the series flag, the flagger. Oh, I got a black flag for passing. Son of a gun. I passed him before the green. That's totally my fault. That was... Yep. That's totally my bad. I passed him before the start. I did scale back, but that green flag came out before I got back far enough. Get back in position. That's totally my bad. Alright, let's come into the pits. This one we gotta do a stop. We did a boo-boo.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle man number 2500 second gear.
Flagger's gonna hold, this official's gonna hold me. I meant to turn my tires off, but oh well. Yep, he's gonna hold me.
Okay, go.
Okay, just
Pit road speed
quick
45.
stop.
Eagle man
Clear
number
this anyway.
2500 second gear.
Totally my bad. Gotta own my mistakes there.
Don't speed, do not speed here.
I'm trying not
Number
to.
2500 second gear. 1 minute 8.
I'm definitely a lap down
4
now.
6.
That's okay. Only testing things out. Yep, so that
Clear
way.
to the wall.
Oh
They're all
man,
clear.
I must
All
have sped.
clear. Go hard. Yeah, black flag. Before in. The hell happened now? Again, we're too fast entering.
Yep,
We're
aiming
fucking
too hot.
We're going by a tachometer. We can't even get a good fucking read. What the fuck do they expect? If they want to,
This.
correctly gauge pit road speed, they need to get the fucking kind of that can fucking do it. It's fucking bullshit. 2010. Just concentrate on getting up pit road here as hard as you can there. There you go. Go hard.
Okay. Let's do a legit stop. I must have came in just a
Pit
little
road
too
speed
hot.
45. Eagle man number 2500
It's
second gear.
just a drive through. Should clear if I come in at proper speed. Make sure I stay
1
well under.
6.9 2 7. Don't speed. Do not speed here. Number
Right now.
2500 second gear.
Clear.
Clear to the wall.
Sweet. Did it
They're all
right.
clear. All clear. Go hard.
I'm only a couple laps down, right? No big deal.
There you go. Go hard.
You like that angst? You get a kick out of it, Junior. That's. He's always having a good time, I guess, as far as with.
1 outside at your door.
Alright.
Still up there.
Let's see if we can get
Still
back
up
into the
there.
flow of traffic here.
Clear. 1 inside. At your door. Clear low. 55. 0.9. 2. 5.
I'm only a couple laps down. I want to at least be able to run with some of the, kind of get into the thick of the field here. Wah! Big push. That helicopter just hovered over the...
1.0.
Oh my god, that helicopter's cracked. Distracted me, actually. Trying to compensate for that push coming out of that turn 4.
30.5, 4, 5. Inside.
Baby. Thought for sure I was going to run him over.
Stay high. Clear low.
I had so much momentum there. Car's screaming.
2 to go. Outside. 30.174. Clear.
Let me get as many positions as I can.
Outside. Clear high. Outside.
Oh. Gonna lean on him. Shoving him up the track a little bit. One more lap.
White flag. 1 to go to line. 30.6. 0.
Yep, the checker comes out right about where it needs to be. All that timing.
1 outside at your door. Still up there. Still up there.
I'm gonna go out
Clear.
swinging. Ooh, bad push.
Checker flag. Checker flag right here. You've done a good job. Appreciate you working that hard there, Ian.
Yeah, try. Alright, so we got to see a caution at least anyway. So yeah, I think the only thing we got to swap out is that green flag texture. I'll have to look at the Texas 15 build. No, I don't know if I saw that in or not.
Pit road speed 45. Need to amend that for 2,500 second gear.
Fight here. Go! Alright. That's the only thing I gotta check out as far as that. Pretty cool. But I think, yeah, like I said, for next week, we'll probably do a little bit more focus on camera angles. On top of any other updates that Torch might have. Maybe a little bit of tweaking to the race LP, if Torch doesn't do that, or what have you. If I do it, Torch does it. I think that's some of the things we'll be going over next week. Still got plenty of other tweaks to guess to do to the track. Whether or not we redo the flag by Victory Lane, or even the animated frames, I guess, for the video screen. Big Hoss. This is some of the things I think of. Let's see. It's my... There we go. Let's get out of this here real quick, and we'll take a look at the differences between that where it's at. Let's take a look. This will be the last thing to do here. Oh, you don't want to see that. Let's go. Oops. No. That. There we go. So let's. I need a fancier screen for that. Quite honestly. All right. So the green flag. Right now, it just uses what is by default. Right, so it doesn't have the transparency that it needs, probably as well as the red flag. And I think that should be in the 15 build. I just want to take a look at that. So that should be. Here's the flag red and flag green. I'm going to bring these two over. So what the difference of these are, I'll open these up in Win Mint 2. This is in the 15 build. Alright, so let's navigate. Oops, my bad. Wrong deal. Alright, let's slide some things over. Okay, just gotta shift some things. There we go. Alright, so what we need to do is navigate to... Whoop, not too far. Go to the 15 build. Oh, what the heck? Wait a minute. Oh, it's in here, that's right. There we go. So we want to open up the green and the red flag that we have in the 15 build. And we can kind of look at this differences for that. Those, they have a TI. That's what I wanted to show. Okay. Flag green and flag red. So this is the, so it has a TI. First it gives it translucent. It's a pretty small image, so it's not a terrible thing as far as to use a TI in that regard to accommodate. Now we need the red. These are the deals that I need to bring over to the 2020 build. So these both have TI. The original ones do not. So the fact that the texture doesn't have for the red light and the green light for those, that's why we need to put those in there. So I did put the yellow in there. So the yellow was already in the, and that's why that had translucence in there. And that's what I was trying to show a little bit, I guess, as far as while we were in there, but I think you kind of get the idea. So the flag yellow got in here already has that proper translucence. So here's the flag yellow. So this one's proper. So by default, if you don't put these textures in here, it's going to use the flag textures that are already in the game by default that don't have this. That's why it looks flat, as far as no translucence into it. And this has been so because the actual start finish flag, or the start box flag, or however you want to put it, uses the same textures here. There's no problem, I guess, was having this translucence in there, I guess, as far as that goes. As you could tell, as far as during that test run in race mode. So I need to bring over the green and the red from the 15 build is what I need to do. Is all. That'll remove all that lack of translucence to the light on those for those two colors. So I brought the yellow over properly, but not the red. So from the 15 build, I need to bring this one and this one over to the 2020 build. Here. I'll make sure to get these over to our... Yep, so we do got that. So that's what I wanted to show. So the red one that's currently in here doesn't have the translucence. That's why I want to replace that. Yep, this one's newer. Replace that and replace that. Cool. So now what I'll also do is take these two files and put those in with the updated stuff, which is right down here. These need to go along with all that. So all those new items for the pit lights that I added, that goes along with those as well. So we got the yellow, red, and green, which are for the caution lights, the red light for the closed state of the pits, as well as green for open state of the pits, for example. Okay, so now that's all that. I think that's about it, folks. That's all I have for today. Hope everybody enjoyed, I guess, as far as what we had to discover. A lot of stuff, and I think it was pretty fun to be able to get a couple of race runs in there to kind of test everything out, just to see where the track stands at this point in the game. As far as I can tell, we don't have any issues. No issues whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. That's why I separated all that out torch, so I'll make sure to do that post-fact. So really nothing more. I was just making sure I didn't Yep, so it's just these files in that PTF. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to make sure I put those... Yeah, let me do that real quick. On the other screen here, I want to bring over those two to our game track directory. Yep, now I got green and red. Bring those two over. So doing this off screen. Just to make sure I have all we need to have in our game track directory. Okay, cool. All set there. I think the other thing that I was thinking of too, just like I was mentioning earlier, as far as to add a TRK win image, I think once we add that to the track, that'll at least give us a, you know, who won the race type of thing prior to just closing out, going back to the race setup, you know, race weekend setup. I think that's pretty simple to do. Plenty of templates to use, I guess, as far as for creating one of those too. So that might be something else we can go over next week. Just kind of spitballing. So between cameras, maybe a little bit of race LP kind of work, and maybe creating, I guess, as far as a win screen, even just a placeholder. Those are the three things that I can think of, at least initially. We're getting pretty close, I guess, as far as you know, that much closer, I guess, as far as we're finishing this thing. It's not anywhere near done, that's for sure. We still got other things, like I mentioned, as far as the animated screens for the video screen. Those still need to be done. Those are kind of placeholder, I guess, for now. And then potentially redoing those flags around Victory Lane. Those are going to be the flags for sure. I think are going to be a little bit more complex. That might take an entire stream, one entire stream. So whether we do it all in one stream or split it up between two different streams, it's going to be a little bit going on with that. Just to get that organic look, I guess, to the flow of the flag. There's a little bit of finesse you got to add to that model, because we'll do it all in the form of just manipulating the actual shape of the model and not using, say, something like, because we don't have the ability of being able to use shader, you know, as far as like mesh shaders or things like that in NR 2003. It just doesn't have that ability. So you have to be able to manipulate such items like that in the form of the actual model itself. So we would have to actually create an organic flow of those flags. So that initial one that was done pretty well, but the fact that the one side of it, as you can tell, it's flipped the wrong way. It's backwards. So the only way to fix that without having the actual original files, be able to fix that issue, you got to recreate that. So it's going to take a little bit as far as to do. That's going to be your thing, George, as far as the crowds. Yeah, as far as it stands right now, even if you were to add crowds, you know, a little bit at a time, just to see how much it affects the overall functionality of the track, this is probably a good stage, I guess, to be able to do that. So you got the one section in there so far. I think if you add a section at a time, just to see how much it's going to add, you know, potential issue, I guess, to it, you can kind of go from there. So far, from what we're seeing, I guess it's pretty good. Hopefully that gives a little bit of insight, I guess, as far as what we could potentially go over for next week. And if you like what you see, you want to see the continuation, I guess, as far as what, you know, development of the Texas Motor Speedway build, make sure you're tuning in. Hit the follow button on, I guess, on the channel, get the notification when it's live. Also, feel free to, hey, you got one in there? Well, that was Yasso. Okay. Yasso did that. So definitely make sure to check out all the social media that's on the channel. In fact, we've got a link in here. I know it's Bot has probably mentioned it out there too. Join the Rock Nation Discord. Also on the Twitter. I like to post there as much on the regular as possible, just to kind of know what's going on post stream and in between stream and so on and so forth. Feel free to tune into those channels, I guess, as far as to get all the info, I guess, as far as what's going on for every stream. Should be good to go for Tuesday, I guess, for trucking, as far as I know so far. I want to make, checking my calendar here. So next Saturday, I guess now that I say that, probably won't be streaming, now that I think of it. Yeah, so what is that going to be? This, yeah, won't be streaming for next day. So we're kind of closing in on, wow, holy smokes. Actually, now that I think of it, it might be the next 2 Saturdays I won't be streaming. Now, man, this month went by fast. Okay, so, okay, change of plans here. So I didn't realize, I guess, up until now, it's like, man, this first couple of weeks of December went by fast. Should be good to go, I guess, as far as through Tuesday, Wednesday for next week. Next Saturday, and obviously next Saturday after that is Christmas. So probably won't be streaming. Probably won't be streaming at all. So if I don't see you, I guess as far as before the next Saturdays, so it'll probably be at least a couple of Saturdays that I will not be streaming. So just mark that on your calendars. I want everybody to be able to enjoy their holiday, as well as myself. So definitely take time, I guess, to be able to do that. This will give a little bit more time, I guess, to be able to create, I guess, as far as anything we'll need to do, I guess, as far as for the continuation, I guess, as far as the build of Texas. Definitely make sure, I guess, as far as you're enjoying the holiday. I guess I can't stress that enough. So the next 2 weeks are going to be pretty tied up, I guess, as far as with them festivities. I'm not 100% sure what will happen, I guess, as far as for New Year's. That's still yet to be seen. But I know for at least the next 2 weeks, with exception to Tuesday and Wednesday for sure. Might be able to sprinkle in, I guess, as far as a Friday stream. Saturdays are definitely off the books, I guess, for the next 2 weeks. I just didn't 100% realize, I guess, as far as where we were in December here right now. So, yeah, I'm definitely glad I checked my calendar here real quick here. I just did not realize that. So, if, again, like I said, if I don't see y'all prior to the first of the year, I guess, as far as I'll be streaming on Tuesdays and Wednesdays up until after the first of the year. So if I don't see you then, I guess we'll see you in the new year. I want everybody to be able to enjoy it holiday, I guess, as far as like I said. So glad I did check that. Torch, I will make sure I get that stuff to you, just as far as you want something to work on, I guess, as far as to continue, I guess, as far as from what I did, at least, anyway. Yeah, December did fly by. That's what that threw me off here. Let me look for. Yep. Nope, that's what I double checked there. Yeah, so the next 2 weeks I'm going to be tied up with events, I guess, as far as to include Christmas itself, obviously. Wow, I just didn't realize that was, man, that's December just like, seems like December just started. What the heck? Anyway, so I want to look and see what we got for potential raid target here. Where can we send you guys? Yeah, same to you, Torch. Okay. You know what, folks? I think what I'm going to do is do what I consider soft raid. Feel free to stick around, I guess, as far as for the host at the end of the stream. And it's been a pretty quiet stream for the most part. So Torch, I appreciate you sticking around, I guess, as far as what we got going on here in the channel. And yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So yeah, if I don't, like I said, if I don't see all of you, I know I sound like I'm repeating myself, but I know there's probably some people that are lurking that might not have heard what I said. I just want to make it abundantly clear. Will not be streaming for the next 2 Saturdays, as far as the 18th and for obviously Christmas. The Probably not until after the first of the year, but I will be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday in the next 2 weeks. So hopefully I can see you then. That would be your best chance as far as to see me prior to the first of the year. So again, if I don't see you then, I hope you have a fantastic holiday and enjoy it. And we'll see you again real soon. Bye for now.